All right, I just started the recording for it.
All right, so you guys are in this room, and there is a door in front of you. So you guys are all kind of facing that door. It is closed. There's a mechanism next to it. It sort of glows like reddish green. Um, Jay and Gerwulf. So Gerwulf walks over to it and looks at you, Cato, and goes, uh, "Tech priest, I think this is a job for you." And Jayce walks over to the side of the wall, sort of sits down against it, and takes out a bottle of booze and starts drinking. So you're
Didn't
gonna
he
want to
already
probably
kill his
figure this.
only bottle of booze last?
He has a magic bottle of booze that I'm giving him, so I don't have to run two characters at the same time. So he has a bottle of booze, and it's actually on the front of it. It says GM personal stock, and it has the year 999 M41 on the bottom. Uh, So it's clearly from the planet GM, GEEEM. It's two words, and it's from a recent vintage. So it's not very good booze. And so Gerwulf is looking intently at this door. Will you, Cato? What are you doing?
So I think I can use. I'm not sure what it's called, but I want to do some sort of observation slash look at it.
Okay, so you want to. There's a list of non-combat moves. I don't know if any of them will apply, but we can take a look. So you have awareness checks, and that might be one you want to use. You have tech lore, probably. You have common lore tech, so you could roll a lore check. Um, I think those are the two that are most appropriate. So if you want to
Okay.
do an awareness check, there are some questions there that you can ask me. And if you want to roll a tech lore check, there's some questions there. These are just examples, so if there's another one that sort of fits, that's fine.
Yeah,
So
I'm
which would
thinking
you
about
like
it.
to roll? All right, so you're up at the door, you're staring at it lovingly because it's a piece of tech. What are you doing, Angelos?
I'm going around to this corner down here. I'm just kind of
Okay.
keeping an
You can
eye
drag your
down this.
character over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna just keep an eye down this hallway.
Do you want to go explore that hallway at all, or?
I think I actually kind of do.
Gerwulf walks over to you and says, he says over at Jay, is like, keep an eye on the tech priest. And he walks over with you.
And I'm gonna continue down this hallway as I explore it.
1 second. I need to grab my local dice because I need to make secret rolls.
Am I allowed to make secret rolls?
No. You
Aw,
make all your rolls in the open. Stand still where you are, please.
I am.
And I got. Oh man, this guy can hear very well. He, however, does not hear you, so you can continue down this hallway if you like.
I
So no,
shall.
so the classic GM rolls dice. Yeah, nothing happens. So Gerwulf is staring down this hall and he goes, "Angelos, Angelos, Angelos, hold on. Uh, let me walk ahead of you. I am, after all, a Krieger, and my life is the Emperor's." So
S-
he
Says the
he moves
guy
down
that
the.
ran down the hallway last time like a freaking bulldozer.
Well, so he moves down the hall, and uh, he starts to hear some murmuring, um, and so he's going to roll a perception check. Actually, I think I have him open, so I'm just going to use it that way. Maybe. Where did I put him? I have your character sheets open on my other screen here. So he's going to roll a perception check, uh, and he doesn't hear anything more than just some rumbling down the hall. Angelus, if you want to move up to where Gerwulf is, you can do that without making any silent move checks.
I
But
will do that for now.
and you can make a perception check as well.
Alright, that would be D100 against my
Yes, against your perception.
perception. Okay.
Oops, that's not what I want to do. So while you do that, Cato, have you decided what you want to do?
I want to
You
use
don't.
tech lore.
Okay, you don't hear anything more than what you heard, Angelos, so you can stay right where you are.
Alright.
Jayce is in a corner still drinking, and why don't you roll your test, Cato?
Is that a D100?
It is a D100, and it's going to be compared against your common lore tech, which is 33. So you got 1 degree of failure. That's enough to be considered a partial success. So you can ask me one of those questions. I will tell you something that answers that question, but it's not necessarily going to be useful.
And so these questions are under inquiry?
They're
are these?
under lore, so it's the third one in that list. It's class forbidden, scholastic, or common lore on a subject, and the subject here is tech, and it's common lore. So this is common knowledge about doors that you would have as a tech priest. And this is what I'm talking about. Most people know what a door does and know how to use it. They hit the button, it opens. But you know about how doors work. You know about the machine spirit of doors and why doors do what they do.
So this is class forbidden scholastic common lore?
Yes.
That section? Okay.
Yeah. So the class of lore could be scholastic lore, like you learned it at a school. Common lore, like you just know it. Everybody kind of knows this stuff, or everybody in your culture knows this stuff. And forbidden, which is stuff like knowledge of chaos or knowledge of the warp.
And so do I have to ask one of these 3?
You can ask one of those 3 or something relatively similar to that. So if you want to ask what's weird about this door, what don't I recognize about this door, that's a fine question to ask.
Could I ask, why can't I open this door?
You can't open this door because you haven't tried. That one doesn't count. There's a panel next to you. I would ask a different question first before trying to open this door.
Can I ask why this door would be here?
Sure. That's another like free question. You can always ask those questions. Why would this door be here? Because someone put a door here. The door is here to block off another room.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm going for, like, what is the intent of this door? Is this door, like, particularly heavily designed? Is it a glass door sort of thing?
It's and so those kind of questions you can also always ask. Is this, what kind of door is this? What does it look like? That sort of thing. Those aren't tech questions. A tech question would be, what about this door looks like it might be broken or might be changed or altered in some way? That's a tech question. This looks like a big blast door. It looks pretty solid, like it could take some grenade shots or whatever. It looks like someone probably wanted a door here to protect whatever room is behind it, to use as sort of a choke point for incoming people. You don't know how big the room is on the other side, but you would guess based on the size of the door, which is probably enough to fit 3 or 4 people abreast. You would guess that it's designed for moving cargo in and out, but it's probably guarding like a little checkpoint that'll help prevent people from coming in to steal the cargo.
I don't think I really have a question then.
All right. So what do you want to try to do? I mean, you did succeed on that test, so you can ask a question if you want.
Yeah, and now having succeeded, I don't think I have a question.
Do you want to just ask one of the random questions, just to learn something interesting about the door?
I guess I'll ask how this fits into the Emperor's design.
So, this door fits into the design of the Emperor as follows. This door clearly has been tampered with. This door is designed to purge the Emperor's enemies. All right, so you think about that. We're going to go back to Angelos for a moment. So Gerwulf he knows there's something at the end of this hall. He can't make out what it is. It just sounds like murmuring. He's not really sure, but he wants to get closer. And he looks at you, Angelos, and he goes, Angelos, my life is forfeit. I am for the Emperor. But you don't have to go any further. Let me go down this hall and see what's around the corner.
Fair enough. I draw my las pistol just in case there happens
All
to
right.
be an adversary.
So Gerwulf is going to make a silent move check. Uh,
This is gonna end so great.
where here it is. It's against a 15. That's probably not going to go very well. I thought he had this trained. I
I
guess
thought he did
not.
too, unless he never added it.
So no one is looking for him particularly, at least as far as you know. So he's going to make this at a plus 20. And that's not just because I'm playing the character. He still fails. He moves down the hall. He doesn't try to sneak really at all. He gets down the hall and he moves to the edge. But he doesn't really see anything. He thinks he might see someone sort of pacing around, but he's not sure, and so he listens very intently to down the hall. He's trying to figure out what's there. And he still can't make it out, so he doesn't know. But he looks over at you, Angelos, and he sort of beckons you over with his hand. He's like, come here. You can try to move down this hall silently at the same plus 20, if you like. And that's going to be, it's a skill, and I don't believe you have it trained.
I don't have it trained. According to my sheet, it looks like I would have to get at least a 20, not including the plus 20.
Yes, so you're going to get it. It's half of your agility score.
So I have an agility of 40, so I would have to get at least a 40, which includes that plus 20.
Yes. You would have to get a 40 to succeed.
Oh, God. Emperor, save me. Ah, damn it.
All right, so you go bounding down this hall and run over and go, what's up, Gerwulf? How's it going? What do you need? And Gerwulf, looks at you and goes, shh, shh. And so the people down the hall, well, whoever's down the hall, there are people down the hall, let's be honest. They hear something stirring towards you. And so you hear some clanking of boots, and you see some folks. You can actually stack up right on top of Gerwulf. I'm going to move you right on top of him. You can see some folks coming down the hall. They clearly have heard something. They don't know what's there, but they definitely have heard something. All right, you stay there. Cato, now you don't know any of this is going on. You haven't heard from them at all. That he hasn't tried to communicate with you. Your comm beads aren't working in here because, well, they aren't. It's not that they aren't working. It's that they aren't usable because you might have interference with their comm beads, and you don't want your radio silent, essentially. So, what have you decided to do at this door?
I'm going to try to open it.
You're going to try to open the door. All right. Go ahead and make a tech use test.
Let's see if I can do that.
I will laugh so hard if you fail.
Your tech use is an effective 43. Now, it is just a door, so you got an 89. You don't open the door. You fiddle with the wires and start uttering something in binary. Can't sort of sound like at the door, but it just doesn't open. And you fiddle with it for a while. Can you please roll another? Can you roll a perception test? And you can roll this at a plus 20.
Gonna see if I do this right.
Nice. So, at the very last second, as you're fiddling with this, it seems to you as if no time passes between these two sounds. But the first sound you hear is click. The second sound you hear is an explosion. This door had several standard issue Imperial frag grenades attached to it, so that when someone tampered with it, they would detonate these grenades. Now, this thing is blown up. It's made a huge sound. Everybody has clearly heard the sound, including the people down the hall. You take 2d10 damage. So roll 2d10 for me. All right, so you take 8 wounds. So go ahead and mark off 8 wounds. That is minus your armor. And you get blown back quite a ways. You're also stunned for some number of rounds, which I'm going to find right now.
So, what's my armor rating?
So that hits you. That hit you in the body. And your armor rating, you have a flak vest on your body. Good job. That reduces 3.
Doesn't he also take a reduction based on his toughness bonus?
Yes. So you also get your toughness bonus, which is 2. So you only take 3 damage total.
So that means my wounds go down by 3. Is that correct?
Yes. That is the correct math. All right.
Okay.
So you're also stunned for 2 rounds. So you're down for about a minute. You're sitting on the ground for a minute. So we're going to go back now. These 3 guys that you can see running down the hall, Angelos and
Yes.
Gerwulf, they hear an explosion. And so one of them in the back yells, "You go check that out. We'll check down this hall." And so he sends off one of the guys to go look at what just happened. And they bound off down the hall towards you. Now, they haven't quite seen you yet, but they're gonna in just a second. So roll initiative. And I'm going to roll initiative for Gerwulf here. So it's 1d10 plus your agility bonus, which his agility bonus is 3, I think. Gerwulf, yes, 3. 3. So, wow, he gets to go.
I would think he gets to go first because of the 10 he rolled.
Well,
or would we roll again as a tiebreaker?
No, you guys just go at the same time. So when it's 2 players who are going at the same time, I'm going to put you first because you happen to be a real person, and not the GM. I'm not a real person, by the way. So these guys, however, let's see. So they need to roll. What's his thing? It's heavy. His agility is +3. Roll 1d10 +3. 2, 3. So, Cato, you need to also roll initiative, even though you're stunned. Okay, so it's going to go you. I open up my turn thingy. It's going to go you. And then it's going to go this guy, that guy, you, and you. Okay. So, Angelos, you get to go first. You're 13.
So we have already entered combat. That is correct?
Yes, you are now in combat.
Okay. So, let's see here. I want to cast Precognition, or at least attempt to.
All right. So, actually, I'm going to do this. S10. Which means you are stunned for 2 rounds, Cato. So you are X for 2 rounds. All right, so you're going to cast Precognition.
I succeed.
All right. So you have Precognition.
Which will increase my weapon, ballistic skills, and dodge by a +10 bonus. I will then take a shot at this guy before he gets here.
All right. So go ahead and roll your test.
And I fail miserably.
And your shot flies wide, and now they definitely know someone's down there. And so they are coming. They're doubling double time. So you've done your 2 actions. Gerwulf is going to go now. He says, "My life for the Emperor," and draws his sword and bounds down the hall, taking I believe, a full action to go down the hall. It is 6 meters. How fast can he move? He moves. A full move is 6 meters. So he runs down the hall. I need to grab this button. And he runs towards the guy that you just shot at and gets in melee combat with him. All right, so he's in melee combat. He hasn't attacked because he made a full move down the hall. So now it is this guy's turn. So this enforcer, clearly the guy in charge, he decides to make a shot at... let me open his car sheet, actually. What gun does he have? I don't even remember. Made the guy. I don't even remember what gun he has. Oops. So this guy has a stub automatic, and he decides to open up semi-auto on you, Angelos.
All right.
And so he rolls his to hit, and he peppers off a couple rounds, but they sort of like clip the wall in front of you, kind of down the hall a little bit. One whizzes by your ear, but nothing connects. So now this trooper who's in melee combat with Gerwulf. I need to open up his character sheet too. So he actually doesn't have any melee weapons, so he just takes out his fists, and he sees this Krieger assassin screaming down the hall at him. He's like screaming through his gas mask that every good Krieger wears, because they're Kriegers, and he just like shoots out a fist and tries to clothesline him. And so he makes his weapon skill check, and he also he goes to clothesline him, but he stops too short, and so Gerwulf just runs up to him, and then he says, "Well, I missed, so I'm going to fall back a little bit." And he moves back, about 3 meters or so. So Cato, you are stunned. So you get 1 round left of stun. So you get to go next round. So this heavy is still running down the hall. He's gonna run. He's gonna run a full 18 meters. So he's gonna run right up in front of you. Because he
so
heard this
that door
blast.
is open now.
Yes, because it blew up. That's why he took all that damage. Now, this heavy sees you, and he says, "What are you doing here?" And it proceeds on to the next turn. Now, Jayce is off in the corner, drunk as a skunk. He's out cold.
God damn it.
So, Dephias, you are up next.
First things first, willpower test for that
Yes.
precognition.
Oops.
And I succeed wholeheartedly.
All right, so you still have your test. Now that gets you plus 20, right?
Plus 10.
Plus 10. All right. Let's go ahead and make your next move.
My next move will also now to be once again to summon powers from the warp for unnatural aim.
All right, so is that the one you just rolled?
No, that one was for precognition I just rolled.
Oh, no, so you need to do a willpower test, not another psychic test.
That's what I just did.
A willpower test is rolling under your willpower.
My bad.
Now, I'm happy to let you use that for your
unnatural aim?
your unnatural aim. If you want to go ahead and use that for unnatural aim.
I would love to, but first things first, I also do that, which I also succeed.
Okay, so you succeed on that. So, because you rolled a 9, I assume you passed the unnatural aim.
Oh, wait, I do remember why you wanted me to do this now. I can't take it back, I know. I must roll on psychic
perils
phenomena.
Psychic phenomena, you're right. Oh, shit. Please roll a high number. I want you to...
Oh, god damn it!
Yes! All right, hold on. This is my favorite part. Wait. Okay. Psychic powers.
What page is this on?
I need to find it. Hold on. All right, psychic phenomena. 75 plus. Roll on perils of the warp. So roll another 1d100, please.
What page is this on? I want to...
This is on 162. So you just did the thing I was hoping you would do. I'm super excited right now.
Actually, I'm tempted to use a fate point.
Come on.
I'll roll it, and if I get a bad number, I'll do a fate point.
Here's what I'll do. I'll let you fate point the phenomena thing if you get a bad roll on the perils of the warp. So you can start from scratch, okay?
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
59.
That is vice versa. The Psyker's mind is thrown out of his body and into another nearby creature or person. The Psyker and random being within 50 meters swap minds for 1d10 rounds. This may include fellow acolytes or even enemy combatants. Each creature retains its weapon skill, ballistic skill, intelligence, all your stats during the swap, but gain the other characteristics in the new body. So strength, I think, is the main one. Strength and agility. Should either body be slain, the effect immediately ends. Both beings are strangely revolted by the process and unable to meet each other's gaze for some time afterwards. Each gains 1d5 insanity points for the experience. If there are no creatures within this range, the Psyker must make a willpower test or become catatonic for 1d5 rounds. whilst his mind wanders the warp and gains 1d5 insanity points. Do you want to use a fate point?
I'm kind of tempted. Regardless, I'm gonna have something
So
shitty.
let's do this. Here's what I'm going to do. Normally, you're not supposed to do this. You have 3 people in range of you. You have Gerwulf, you have this enforcer, and you have this trooper who's running away.
Right.
I'm going to roll 1d10. This is how many rounds you would be stuck for. You'd be stuck for 2 rounds, and you're going to roll. So the closest one to you is 1. The next closest is 2. The third is 3. So 1d3. You would be in the trooper's body for 2 rounds. And the trooper would be in your body for 2 rounds, so he has the potential to do some damage. He has a gun and can shoot at people.
I'm kind of tempted to still roll the fate point anyway, because I want to be able to use unnatural aim and such, which would be active for the now trooper if he was to swap with me.
Yes, he would get unnatural aim and whatever and precognition.
The problem is that I may roll something even worse.
Well, that's your choice. And he's not gonna roll a willpower test to keep those things up either. So you would lose those.
I would take it.
Take the fate point. Yeah, I think you're probably better off taking the fate point.
I'll take a fate point, so I'll reduce this from 6 to 5.
I feel like you have too many fate points. I really do.
That's what I rolled. I rolled and got 6. So that is for perils or psychic phenomena. I'm about to roll
Psychic
for.
phenomena. Psychic phenomena.
Please.
You're from an Imperial world?
Yes.
You could only have 3, Tim.
Really?
Page 28. If you rolled a 9 or a 10, you're from an Imperial world, you get 3.
Page 23, you said?
28.
D5 modifier 8. Oh, that's wounds. Okay. Let me just re-roll that real quick. How about that?
Yeah. Yep, that's fine.
7. So that would be 2.
You get 2.
And now I have 1. Okay.
Yep. Cool.
42.
All right, 42. I don't know. I don't have it open anymore. Shoot.
It's 162.
Here we go. 62. 42.
Spectral gates.
A howling wind erupts around the Psyker, lifting him slightly into the air and forcing him and anyone within 10 meters to take an easy +30 agility test or be knocked to the ground. Okay, so who's within 40 meters of you? I think that's probably everybody.
Yeah.
That is everybody. So Jayce and Cato are already on the ground. I will make the NPCs rolls right now. They all happen to have the same agility. They all have 30 agility.
Wait a minute. It should be 40 10 meters. That's only if it's maximum.
Oh, you are correct.
21 meters.
That's my thing to roll. So 27. That's still everybody.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's still everybody. It wouldn't be the one heavy, but I'm going to give you the better of the 2.
So
that's actually everybody but Cato has to roll this, but Cato wasn't going to roll it anyway. So I'm going to roll 1d100 or 3d100, and all 3 of the NPCs, all 3 of the mooks are fine. Let me double check that. Yeah, all 3 of the mooks are fine.
All right, I shall roll for myself. It looks like I would pass. I have to get above the easy test?
You have to get below the easy test, but you get your bonus, so your agility is +30.
So I would basically have, in this case, 26 minus 30, the equivalent.
Yes,
Or
you're fine. You did fine.
Sweet.
And so I'm going to roll for Gerwulf, and I need to find his agility. It's Jayce, Gerwulf, agility, +30. Oops. 30. And he falls flat on his ass.
Sorry,
He rolled an
Gerwulf.
83. So he is down, and next turn he has to make a half action to stand up, is how that works. So I need a... Shoot. What would that be? I'm going to use... Oh, shoot. What am I going to do? I'm going to go ahead and just use that to represent that. Okay, so he's on the ground. So you rolled your psychic thing. You got your psychic test. You have one more half action to make.
And I will take a shot at the heavy guy now.
The enforcer, which guy?
That guy.
That guy. Okay,
That
he's
guy.
the enforcer.
Yes.
Cool.
With my now plus 40 because of unnatural aim and precognition.
What does precognition do again?
It gives me plus 10 to weapon and weapon skill tests and dodge.
And unnatural aim is plus 30?
It is treated as a point blank shot.
Okay, so yeah, plus 40. Okay, cool. So you clearly made your skill check there. So go ahead and roll your damage. Spent all that time invoking the perils of the warp. Didn't even need it. Oh man!
Oh.
So it should be 1d10 plus 2, right?
Oh yeah, for my ballistic skill. So yeah, that should be a 12 actually.
All right, so you did 12, and you get to make another attack.
And wait for it. Also succeeded.
All right.
Oops.
And you do 10 damage.
So
which is
12 plus 10, 22.
Yep. So he is severely hurt. You reach around, and what do you get? You have 15, so that's the body. Where's my sheet? That's gonna be on the 51 is the body. Yeah. So you hit him. You kind of lean around the corner and pop him 2 shots, and they whiz past Gerwulf and nail him kind of square in the chest, and he's really pretty badly smacked by that. But he doesn't go down. He's still up, and he shouts at the trooper who started to run away, "Turn around and fight!" And Gerwulf, he spends his half action to stand up. Oh shoot, that's not the right thing.
He's not dead, Joe. He's not dead.
So he spends his half action to stand up, and he sees the enforcer who's conveniently right next to him, and he goes, "For the Emperor!" And he runs at him, the few steps that he can take for free, and makes a sword attack. And where did I put Gerwulf? There's Gerwulf. He makes his weapon skill check, and he whiffs it. He swings the sword as hard as he can, and comes and just doesn't realize that he's further away than he thinks he does, because he's still kind of reeling from getting knocked down. And he just sort of zings right in front of him. And he goes, "Ha-ha, for the Emperor!" And that's the end of his turn. So next thing up is the Enforcer, who's now very, very badly hurt by your well-placed shots. And he says, "Well, fine, I can hit you back." And he makes his weapon skill check. And also does the same thing that Gerwulf just did. He just sort of swings it in front of him and makes a very big ass of himself, but doesn't really achieve anything. Now that trooper who has started to run away, he's like, I wasn't running away. I was tactically retreating. And he decides to shoot at Gerwulf. And he's point blank, so he actually gets plus 30. And he succeeds very well with his stub automatic that he was shooting semi-auto, actually. So he gets to hit twice at 1d10 plus 5. So that's roll 2d10 plus 10. And that's 23 damage. Subtract his... he has more armor than this, I know it. How does he not have more armor than this? Where does he hit? This might be bad for him. He might have taken a lot of damage. So I'm going to go ahead and... I don't want to kill somebody else's character. So I'm going to make some GM fiat and say that he has some... he got grazed a couple times. And he takes solid 10 damage. And is clearly hurt, but ultimately fights on for the Emperor. I think that's actually not too far off from what he would have taken. Yeah, he has 4 toughness bonus, something like that. So, there's his... Yeah, okay. Yeah, he actually does take 10 damage, so he's okay, but he's clearly hurt. Cato, you are now unstunned, but you don't get to do anything this round. Well, it's going to be real bad because this guy's he's not happy with you. Now, he didn't get knocked down. He's fine. And he's pretty interested in hurting you. So he doesn't have any regular weapons. What he does have is a chainsword and brass knuckles. Chainswords are a pretty dangerous thing, but he sees you lying on the ground, and he sees Jayce up in the corner, passed out drunk, and he's like, I'll just punch these guys out, and we'll interrogate them later. So he decides to hit you with his brass knuckles while you're on the ground, which is at a +10. Because you're on the ground. And he actually manages, like, you kind of stir, because you're sort of just coming out of it, and you see these brass knuckles flying down at your face, and you kind of roll out of the way. And managed to avoid being hit. And so he's walked up to you as part of his move, and that's the end of his turn. So, Angelos, you are back up. Please make your 2 willpower tests if you want to sustain those active powers.
So I actually only need to do 1 because unnatural aim is not sustained. It only lasts until the end of my next turn, which is this turn.
Okay.
So I will roll 1. Which I do succeed.
All right. And so you still have your precognition.
I still have precognition. I still have unnatural aim. I used both of my final 2 shots last turn, didn't I?
The second one doesn't count for ammo.
Okay.
Those are free. Those are totally free. So you have 2 more shots, 2 more rounds of shooting. Or this round and 1 more.
So I am going to take a shot at that trooper there, since Gerwulf is engaging that heavy.
All right.
And I succeed thanks to everything. Because that is a +40 to my ballistics. So I'm rolling 68.
All right. So you succeed. Go ahead and roll your damage. 1d10 + 2. Yeah, there you go. So he takes... he is a trooper. He has quite a lot more armor than he should. I don't know why I gave him this much armor. And his toughness is 3. His armor is 4. So his body... Wait, where'd you hit him? 44? That's that's the body, right?
What page would that be on?
I have a little sheet for it in front of me, so I don't know what page it's on.
Alright, I can look that up as well.
It is the body. So you hit him in the body you hit him for 9. He has a total of 7, so he takes 2 wounds. All right. So Gerwulf, so that's the end of your turn.
Gerwulf that was a half action, though, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, so you can make another half action if you want.
And reload's a full action or a half?
Depends on your weapon.
Compact las pistol.
For you, I don't have the thing in front of me, actually. Hold on 1 second. Las pistol is all I have, and it doesn't actually show... it just shows a full action, yeah. I'm going to say that a compact las... it's probably a full action, because a las pistol is a full action.
Fair enough.
So I'll tell you what, though, you can start reloading it now and spend the other half. So you get half an action next turn.
Could I maybe instead kind of put my pistol away and draw my sword instead?
Yeah, you can do that.
I will do that instead.
Okay, so you got your sword out, so you don't have to draw it next turn. So that's the end of yours. Now, this Enforcer is pretty pissed off with Gerwulf. He wants a piece of him pretty badly. And so he goes and hits him with his club again. And he actually managed to hit him with his club, which is pretty fucking good, actually. And roll 1d10 + 3. And Gerwulf takes 2 on that. And that's the end of his turn. I didn't ever wait for Gerwulf, actually, so hold on. You get 4 total. So Gerwulf has to go. I had hit the turn button before I was supposed to. So Gerwulf is gonna make his attack, and hopefully kill this guy. And he's gonna make his weapon attack. And he whiffs. He whiffs so bad. I'm gonna go ahead and he's gonna make another weapon attack because I like him, and he whiffs again. I'm helping you here. All right, so he has utterly failed. He's made some very fancy moves, but basically failed to actually connect. The Enforcer now makes his weapon attack. I'm really trying to help you out here. Oh, and he misses too. So they're just sort of like dancing around each other. They don't really get anything done. This Trooper just realizes that he got a pot shot taken at him, so he's going to go ahead and take a pot shot back. And he makes his weapon skill test. And he, I'm sorry, the ballistic skill test. And he misses wildly, flies wide. And for his other half action, he's going to move around to cover. And so he's kind of covered for about 2 points behind this wall. Okay, so Cato, you are up. You are on the ground, so you have to spend a half action to stand up, unless you want to stay on the ground and try to hit this guy. But I recommend, standing up. Cato kind of like, I'm sorry, not Cato. Jayce kind of like snorts a little, like in his sleep. He's like, ah.
I think I do want to spend a half action to draw my last carbine.
All right, so you draw your last carbine.
And then I'm going to shoot at this guy. Well on the ground.
Okay, you can do that. You're going to have to take it at a -10 because you're at very close range and he can kind of block you.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and make your roll. I think you have particularly good skills, though, so... Yeah, you have 40, so... Ho!
Nope.
Oh, man. So you rolled a 99. That you need to roll 1d10, because your last pistol is reliable, right?
My last carbine, and I believe the answer is yes.
Yes, it is. So roll 1d10. It does not jam, so you're okay. But you do miss him. What happens is your last carbine, you forgot to turn the safety off. So you actually hold it up and like shoot it at him, and you're pulling on the trigger, but nothing's happening. And you go, shoot, I forgot to turn the safety off. My instructors back on Mars would be very disappointed. We're going to go ahead and make Jay move up. And Jay hears the click of your las carbine. And he hears this and he thinks it's like someone opening a bottle. And so he wakes up like in a start and he's like fully awake. And he is like, who's got the beer? I want the beer right now. And so he sees this guy standing over you and he goes, I bet you he has the beer. And so he takes a pot shot with his, he has quick draw, so he doesn't take any actions. And he draws his las, what is he going to draw? He's going to draw his last pistol. And he's going to make a hit at a -10 because it's in melee range. And it flies wide, but this guy notices very quickly that someone else is shooting at him. And that's the end of his turn. Now, he sees that, and he goes to push you down, Cato. Actually, did you ever stand up?
Nope.
Okay, so you're still on the ground. So he kind of like kicks you, but he runs over and he draws his chain sword. And he runs over towards Jayce. And that is a full run for him, I believe. It's a charge. So he's charging at Jayce with his chainsword out. And you hear this like rev of like what sounds like a chainsaw. And it's clearly he's got it out for Jayce. So the next turn he's going to get a +10 to melee attacks. Now there is something I should mention. You can dodge. A dodge is what's called a reaction. So in every round of combat, you have free actions, half actions, and full actions you can take. You get one full action, a half action. Obviously, you can do 2 of them per full action. But when something happens to you, you get 1 reaction per round. And what that means is when it's not your turn, or even if it is your turn and something happens, you can react. And that could be something like dodging, grappling, grabbing onto something, basically anything that would be a reaction. Concealing yourself, that sort of thing. So that's going to be important when these guys start, shooting at you more. So that was the heavy's turn. It is now Angelos' turn.
All right. So
Gerwulf turns around and looks at you and goes, "Shoot this guy! I love the Emperor, but maybe not that much." And he's like, he wants you to shoot this guy pretty bad and kill him.
well, I can't do that. I'm out of ammo and need a reload. Let me just stab this motherfucker.
All right.
But first, willpower test. And that deactivates horribly.
All right. So that was your precognition.
Yes, and my unnatural aim already went down.
Yep. Okay.
So now I actually want to charge at him.
All right. And that's a half action, as I recall.
Looking at the thing is actually a full action, but because of it, I'm forced to make a weapon skill attack, if I recall right.
Yes, that means I just did that heavies thing wrong. But yes, move 4 meters plus 10 to weapon skill. And you make a weapon skill check.
Must move 4 meters. I can move up to 12.
Yeah, move up to 12 because it's, plus, you're right.
And I can...
You move, it's the charge thing on your character sheet. It calculates it for you.
So I'm going to move him right there, and I'm going to roll for my weapon skill plus 10.
Yep. And you nailed it.
Several times over.
Yep. So you get to make your attack. So you do, is that, you have your sword?
That is my sword.
And you add your strength bonus to that, right?
No, I actually didn't. I always forget to do that. So that'd be 11.
Okay, so you do 11 damage. You have a sword. Go ahead and describe what happens.
So as I'm charging, I end up jumping up and taking a swing at the enforcer's neck. And as I do that and I'm coming down to the ground, I end up hitting him in his neck and kind of just slicing through at an angle and cutting him several inches into his torso.
And so as you cut through his neck, he sort of like gurgles and blood sort of dribbles out and he drops to the floor. This guy is toast. And Gerwulf looks at you and goes, "That was a lot better than I did." And he sort of, he chuckles a little bit and he's going to go ahead and run back just a bit. Not because he's afraid or anything, but because he's had 4 wounds and I really don't want to kill him. So he goes to take cover and he draws his las something. Once I find his character sheet.
Like las rifle or something?
I think he has a long las. Yes, he also has a compact las pistol. Yes, so he has a long las. He draws out his long las, and so he did I think that's a full action to run that far. But he draws his long las on the way. And he sort of hides around that same corner. And I think Butch just said something.
That would be good.
Nope, that is not Butch.
I swear, Core will get here before Butch at this rate.
I would not be surprised if that happens. Okay, so he hides behind that wall just a little bit, sort of catches his breath. He's obviously been hurt pretty bad. And that's the end of his turn. The enforcer is dead. So this trooper just saw his boss die. And like any good guardsman, he goes, "Well, fuck you too, buddy." And he takes a pot shot at you. Let me close the enforcer. So he takes a pot shot at you, Angelos. And he goes ahead and makes his skill check. And he nails you. He nails you cold. He nails you right in the body. Right in the body.
All right.
And so he's going to go ahead and roll his damage. And he shot you semi-auto. Yeah, he shot you. He shot you with his auto gun once. And so he does 9, but it's pen 3. So he goes through 3 points of your armor if you have any.
I have 2 points of armor, so my armor is effectively ignored.
Yep.
But my toughness, I have a toughness.
Your toughness is not ignored. So you take 6 points.
Yes, and I will mark that down now. So I go from 13 to 7 wounds.
Yep. Now, if you click on your token, you should notice a couple other bubbles there. Yes. Those bubbles, they are your... the blue one is your weapon skill, and the red one is your ballistic skill. It's just handy references if you need them.
Good to know.
All right, so that's the end of his turn. Cato, you are up.
I am going to take a half action to stand up.
All right, so you have one half action left.
I'm going to do a standard attack on the one attacking Jay Kwellin.
All right. So you shoot at him with your las carbine. Are you shooting semi-auto? He's not quite in melee yet, so you're taking this at your full amount.
So, a semi-auto burst is a full action, right?
Is it? I thought it was a half action.
Semi-auto, you said? A semi-auto burst is a full action plus 10
You are
to
correct.
ballistics.
So you can do a standard attack. You can do a standard
Yeah,
attack.
so standard attack.
And you miss. It sort of whizzes past his ear, and it just misses him. So it is now Jay's turn. Jay sees this guy running at him with a chainsword, and he's not an idiot. I mean, it's chainsword. It's going to do a lot of damage. He doesn't have a lot of health. He's going to run. So he goes ahead, and he's not quite in range yet. So he just runs towards the door, sort of like does an L shape, and spends his full time running towards the door. He kind of makes a few pot shots, but doesn't really aim or anything, doesn't hit anything. And so this guy is pissed because he sort of slashes his sword down where Jay was, and now he's angry, and he sort of looks at him, and he's like big hulking guy with a chainsword, and he's like, "Hey, get back here!" And he chases after him. And so that's the end of his turn. Angelos, you are back up.
So I'm kind of pissed at this trooper for shooting me.
Uh-huh.
So I yell at him, "You fucking heretic," and I charge at him and also swing my sword.
All right. So you're charging. That's a full action. Make your weapon skill at +10.
And I miss.
Do you miss even at +10?
Yeah, I
Wow,
have a 30.
that's awful. All right, so you miss, but he's now in melee with you. So that's good. Gerwulf sees that you're in melee with him, and he doesn't really care. He has an accurate long las, which gives him +10 to aimed shots, which is pretty good. So he's going to go ahead and roll to hit on that with his long las.
After aiming, I would assume?
After aiming, so that's going to be his full turn here. So he does it with 3 and some change. He should be a shooter. He is a shooting shooter. And so he's going to go ahead and roll his damage, which is pen 1. He does 9 damage against this guy. That guy takes, I think 8 damage. Let me do this math real quick. Trooper. I'm sorry, I forgot the ballistic skill. So this guy, he was at 9. Let me fill that in. So he was at 9. And it's -3, so that's 6. And his remaining amount does another 3, so that's actually 3. So it's -3. This guy, by the way, he's in. Angelos, what skills do you have lore-wise? Any?
I think
None.
No, I don't have any lore skills.
Well, so if you want to roll a quick lore check, which is your intelligence, it's going to be half your intelligence. This is like common lore. This is something everybody would probably know. So just go ahead and give me a quick int check.
And I would fail that. I have a 37.
This is so common for you. You would probably know this. So he's actually wearing a type of armor called Enforcer Carapace Light Armor, which is a very strong type of armor. The body, it's 4 points, and everywhere else except for the head, it is 3 points of armor. So he's got a big, beefy amount of armor on. All right, so that's the end of that. The trooper sees you. He doesn't have any melee weapons, so he just takes out his fists and starts swinging at you, and he doesn't really know what else to do. So he goes ahead and makes a weapon skill check. That is 0 modifier, and he sort of punches at you, but you deftly dodge out of the way. Cato, you are up.
I am going to do semi-auto burst, which is a full action on the guy attacking Jay Kwellin.
Yep, so you get +10 to your ballistic skill for that. Are you aiming? Oh, actually, I'm sorry, it's a full action. You can't aim.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter anyways, still +10.
Yeah. All right, so...
Crushing.
Oh, man, that's sad. All right, so you rattle off a couple shots, and he sort of trips a little bit and notices that you're shooting at him. and you know that this is probably not going to be good for you. It is now Jay's turn. Jay notices that he noticed you, and so he realizes that he can probably like run this guy around the room because he's not very smart. In fact, his intelligence, if you are curious, is less than 15. I'm sorry, it's actually 20. I was reading the wrong thing. So this guy is sort of a big dumb brute. That's why they gave him the chainsword. It's so he couldn't hurt anybody. So he sort of turns around and like pot shots in this guy's general direction to try to keep his attention on him. I believe that has an actual name as well. I want to say it is a. It is. I'm going to go ahead and call it an Overwatch. Because that's essentially what he's doing. He's sort of making these pot shots, but it's actually to grab his attention. It's attracting fire, essentially. So he's going to go ahead and roll on his... Where the fuck is it? Jake, well, there you are. He's going to roll his ballistic skill. And he fails. So this guy is pretty intent on attacking you. But the benefit of that is that he was able to get down the hall a little ways. So this guy is very interested in attacking you. He charges in your general direction and makes a swing with his big sword. And his swing hits you. And it's not going to be pleasant. I'm just letting you know. His sword does 1d10 plus 6. But because he was running at you and he didn't actually make a charge move, because I forgot to, it doesn't do as much of the damage that it would have. It sort of just clips your arm. And so it's going to do half that. And what that is 7 damage. So you take 7 damage. And because it's just clipping, it doesn't do any penetration like it normally would. So go ahead and take your toughness and armor out of that. That hits you in your right arm, by the way.
Okay.
I believe, yeah. Let me actually double check that. I'm sorry, it's actually your right leg. Not that it matters. Is it 82? Yeah, right leg. You don't have any armor there anyway. So you get to take your full toughness bonus, which is 2 points off of that. So you take 5 total. You were at 12. You should be at 7. I would recommend running from this guy, just in general, by the way.
I'll think on it.
One thing you might want to consider doing is running down the hall. All right, so that's your turn. Angelos, you are up.
I am going to attempt to recast precognition.
All right. Oh, yes!
Oh, damn it.
So that succeeds, clearly. Go ahead and roll on the psychic phenomena.
Oh
my god!
Ooh.
God damn it.
I'll give you the same offer as before. You can roll on the other thing and then fate point this roll.
Okay, hang on. I gotta go back to the other one as well.
I can't believe you've done it twice. I mean, it's a 25% chance to happen, so it's relatively high, but I can't believe you did it twice. That's like 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10 times that would happen. You are the 1 out of 10.
Is this Perils of the Warp chart or the
This
psychic
is psychic
phenomena?
phenomena.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's a good thing that he rolled it on the psychic phenomena, not the perils of the warp.
Because I would be gone.
Yeah, the thing that happens on a 100 on perils of the warp is a rift in reality is torn open and the Psyker is sucked into the warp with a little burping noise. He is no more.
Nice.
So it's the same deal as last time. If you want to roll, you can use your fate point on this roll, and we'll rewrite history accordingly.
So, if this is a bad roll, I re-roll psychic phenomena for a fate point.
Yes.
Okay. God. Oh,
my
yes,
God.
yes. Fate point, fate point.
Wait. So let me just. I'm going to read what this would do because it's one of my favorites. The Psyker must immediately pass a very hard -30 willpower test or be possessed by a demon and become a demon host. Create an unbound demon host, and that means I have to go create a character for you that will immediately attack. Only the destruction of the demon host will free the Psyker. though he may die anyway if his body is destroyed in the process. If the Psyker does somehow manage to survive this result, he automatically gains 4d10 corruption points. To put that in perspective, that would be 33 corruption points. You would have immediately 3 mutations and a major mutation. And you would be a demon.
Yep.
That's not
Fate
ideal.
point. Fate point.
All right. I cannot believe you just did that.
Oh, God damn it.
All right. 54. That
Warp
is...
whispers.
The ghostly voices of demons fill the air within 10 meters of the Psyker, within 30 meters of the Psyker. Everyone in the area, including the Psyker, must make a hard willpower test or gain 1d10 corruption points. So please, everybody, make a -20 willpower test. I will make Gerwulf's. That's in 30 meters. I think that's going to include just about everybody. Hang on 1 second.
Fuck!
1, 2... Yeah. Actually, Cato, you are safe. You don't have to make one.
Woo! Because it didn't go well.
All right, let me make one for Gerwulf here. Willpower. Oh, he's going to auto-fail because he only has 26 willpower. Yeah, he totally fucking failed, and Jayce has to make one. Actually, does he? He does. He's just in range. He's going to auto-fail as well. So everybody... you don't get to roll that. Everybody's going to roll the same amount, Tim.
Okay.
So everybody gains 1 corruption point.
Oh, God.
Wait, except
Shucks
Cato.
darn. Except Cato. So everybody... I got to go mark up the... Man, you guys... I'm trying to keep you safe, but... Oh, man.
I just want to
So
kill this
corruption
trooper.
points. 1 on Gerwulf. And 1 on Jayce, and you have 1 as well. But Cato, you are exempt. All right, so you did get your precognition.
At what cost, though?
At what cost? Actually, that's as far as rolls can go. That's pretty mild.
Understandably,
bad.
considering the previous set of roles, I became a fucking demon host.
That was wonderful. That was happy for me. So one thing you're going to want to get good at. So actually, I should ask this, because you guys are the 2 who are always showing up on time. So you get to make this decision. So far, I really did try to give you an easy first mission to sort of ease you into the system, let you ask your questions, figure out how to make things work, how to do things the right way. However, it has not gone swimmingly. You guys have taken a lot of damage, a lot more than I intended. You guys have done some serious, you've done work, but you guys are getting hurt pretty bad. And I've been playing, pretty aggressively. Like, I've been trying to kill you. There are 2 options in any RPG. You can go the route of the GM tries to kill you, and you can go the route of we're going to have a really cool story. Nobody's really going to die. You're going to come close a few times, but the GM will keep you from being dead. You get to play these characters through. The other option is you can play a style which is Death Trap. And you're going to die a lot. You're going to roll up new characters. The GM will help you get a character that can participate and be effective. So, I'm going to give you some extra points. You're going to be not a 0-level character when you come in. Which one are you guys more interested in playing?
We pay the iron price, I think.
Yeah.
I love that response because it means I get to kill you. All right. So you guys
okay
pay
with
the
that.
iron price. I like it. So what I would recommend doing is have another character kind of on hand, because I can work characters into this whenever. The setting is very easy for that. There's just another adept who's coming in to work for the Inquisitor. So have one handy. That way, if you do die, you can just bring one in and it doesn't take any time. And I can make some extra character slots for you if you want one. That'd be great. Oh,
Yeah.
Butch is here. Cool.
Yeah. And with that also in mind, perhaps just for the remainder of the session, we should not go for Steel Death Trap, since we don't have any prepared.
Yeah. So I've been very heavily fiating in some, because I don't want to kill anybody who isn't my character. So like at one point, Gerwulf was dead. He got hit pretty hard by someone opening semi-auto, which by rights, Tim, that trooper should have opened semi-auto and probably killed you.
Probably.
So yeah, this has been, I've been pulling punches a little bit, but like this heavy guy who's really dumb, he could have killed both of the two people in this room very simply by now. I'm surprised that you guys didn't run back a little bit to the trap door. That was a little bit unique. I thought you guys would all kind of try to group up and work as a team, but you guys are working independently, and that's fine by me. But yeah, so I'm not going to try to kill you all this week. Butch, we were just talking. I was talking about, and I know your opinion on this because you told me in IRC. But I was talking about the two kinds of campaigns. You can have the heroes of the Imperium type thing, where you guys are all heroes and you'll pretty much play these characters through. And with the other one is what Paul very cleverly named the Iron Price, which is just everything's a death trap and you're going to have to roll up characters pretty often. What you missed, you guys have been fighting a group of relatively strong troopers here, and Tim has rolled on the Perils of the War chart not once, not twice, but 3 times, and has run out of fate points to avoid it. So he almost became a demon host. And the other time he almost, what happened? He almost had vice versa.
Hold on, I gotta fix my push to talk key.
All right. Yeah, he almost became a demon host. That was cool. He rolled a fate point, and then he caused everybody to take some corruption points, including you, by the way. Because that was actually, you might have been able to pass that. I did it minus 30, not minus 20. And he almost had a trading bodies with one of the mooks here. So yeah, it's been an eventful couple of hours.
Demon, I fucking missed it.
Yeah, you missed him almost becoming a demon. It's actually great. The chart says I have to go roll up a character that is a demon. Like I have to go figure out. There's a chapter on in the bestiary with different demons, and I know that some of the demons you have to actually roll them. Like there's stats to roll up.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right. So I'll give you the heads up on what you're doing. You're in a big room with a guy with a big chainsword, who very clearly wants to kill one of you, but he's too stupid to pay attention to just one of you. So he's sort of chasing you each around the room as you shoot at him, and you kind of draw his notice, and you're kind of kiting him around the room. He just smacked Cato for like 5 points with his chainsword, and that's after he only just barely touched Cato with the chainsword. So you guys are in. You guys are paying the iron price. All right. So Angelos,
I still have
you still have to finish your turn.
Yes, yep. I have a half action which I will use by swinging my sword at that one guy that really became a
swing
demon
your sword. Get your plus 10 for your precognition, right?
Yes. And I still miss.
Oh, Angelos. So you swing your sword and whip it around like some crazy person. Someone just IM'd me. I think that might be Core. Yes.
Yeah, by the way, I profusely apologize for not being on time. I thought we were going to reschedule. Otherwise, I wouldn't even had Orange over. So I'm sorry for being late.
No problem. Yeah, I forgot to herd you cats this week. I've been pretty busy with work, so. Core should be in just a moment. So actually, once he's in here, it looks like the other day that's good for us is Saturday. The number that we all picked was 2 to 5, but obviously Saturday might be more open than that. I don't know if that's a good time for everybody or if we should change that. So once Core actually gets in here, instead of sitting in the other channel, which I imagine he has to get to his computer, I almost killed him too. I got him into a fight that he probably shouldn't have been in melee for. But yeah, so we need to pick a different time so that everybody can be here at one time.
Fucking time zones.
Yeah, time zones everywhere. Actually, so we can finish up Angelos' turn while he's getting in.
Well, I just did, and I missed.
Oh, that's right. So you missed. So
Where's
it's actually
he at? Is he
Gerwulf's
like
turn.
off in a different area?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's down a corridor.
Yeah. He's down a corridor. You actually can't see. I just realized you can't see him. That's super neat. So yeah, they're down a corridor fighting two guys. You guys are fighting this big heavy, who is pretty mean, but also pretty stupid. So Gerwulf's turn. He's going to take, because he's not here yet. I was going to try to actually let him take his turn. That's why I paused. He's going to go ahead and take an aimed shot, which is plus 20 for him because he has a long last.
Please hit this mofo.
He's going to roll the hit at a 20. Submit. And he nails him square in the dick. Like, no question. This guy is getting hurt. And so he rolls his damage, which is 5 with pen 1, which actually does... This trooper has 3. So that's 2 pen 1, and he hits him... Where did he hit him? 4, 5. He did a 13. That's going to put it in the body. So he does actually only 1 damage. Because he rolled pretty bad on his...
Kind of an anticlimax.
He rolled a 2, so most of that damage is actually from the plus 3. So that's the end of his turn. This trooper is up. He's going to punch at you again, Angelos.
All right.
And he hits you. So he's going to roll... It's 1d5, I believe, for unarmed. Where's unarmed?
Somewhere.
Hey, Core. So... unarmed attack. I think it's just 1d5. So you're going to roll 1d5. Roll 1d5 plus his strength. So what you have missed, Core, you are in a crazy fight. Tim, you take 4 damage.
Automatically, just straight?
So what you've missed so far, Core, you are fighting a group of people. The door that was leading up to them exploded. They had rigged it with a grenade, and it exploded and blew Cato across the room. That attracted the attention of a very large and very dumb guy who is now chasing Jayce, who was drunk, passed out for the first half of the fight. They're chasing him
every fight, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. They're chasing him and Cato around the room. He has a chainsword. It's clearly too big for your average human.
Myself.
It's clearly too big for the average person, but you could potentially, put it up on a shelf and stare at it and, do whatever
Just
Kriegers
know how
do.
awesome I am.
Just do whatever Kriegers do in that situation. You, however, have been with Angelos fighting an enforcer and a trooper in light carapace armor. The trooper turns out to be a bit of a Rambo. Indeed, I forget what the name is. He's some Catachan guy in the lore. But he's basically Rambo, but better. Anyway, yeah. So he's fighting. He's clearly he has to be from Catachan because he survived this long. Yeah. And he's right in melee combat with Angelos. And he's punching him and otherwise doing some damage.
Can we kill him with hugs?
Well, so the other thing you missed, Core, Angelos tonight has cast several psychic powers. I think he's cast about 5 or 6. He has rolled on the perils of the warp chart, not once, not twice, but 3 times. The first time he rolled, he was going to have a body swap with someone for 2 turns. He decided to fate point it, didn't have to body swap. The second time he rolled, and so what I've been doing is I let him use his fate point on the initial phenomena thing, so he got to basically say, I'm going to roll it on this, and then he has to roll again on the perils of the warp. So the second time he rolled, he got on the perils of the warp, he was going to become a demon host. So he used his fate point. And then he rolled again and ended up having to roll on the perils of the warp and caused warp whispers, which is a lot better than being a demon host.
Yeah.
And everybody except for Cato gained 1 corruption point for that, including you. So right now you are positioned around the corner with your long las, having taken quite a few pelts of your own, and knowing that you would not survive a close encounter with Rambo, you decide to shoot him for the glory of the Emperor. It is actually now Cato's turn. You can't see them, but they're in the other room.
Before that,
Okay.
I know I was supposed to take damage. Am I supposed to reduce that with armor
That's by
as
your
well?
toughness and armor. Yep, the whole 9 yards.
So that
he
was
hits
body?
You, he hits you for a 53, which is your body, yes.
So I have 2 armor on my body plus a toughness bonus of 3, so I completely negate it.
Yep. So you kind of eat the punch and you're okay.
Cool.
All right, so Cato, you are up. This guy is in your face. What are you going to do?
So I have a question. Is this a disengage or can I run?
I'm going to say you can run because this guy isn't like, he's just a big Hulk. He's sort of like just like a 6.5 foot tall Norwegian guy. You watch Game of Thrones, obviously. So you know the guy who did the thing to Oberon? He's that guy. He's not
okay.
super agile. He's just coming at you with a very large sword.
So
That's the
I'm
name.
going to run.
Good
And
plan.
I'm going to run as far as I can down this hallway. I'm not sure. Let me see if I can draw it.
You're going to move as the crow flies, so you can just measure out your distance, and that's where you go.
How far can I run again?
It should
It's
be
on
on
your
your
character
sheet.
sheet. It is for you 18 meters.
And so
pretty far.
a run is triple movement
Yes.
according to this chart. So I could
It's,
really run like
It's your half move. If your half move is 1, then your full move is twice that. Your charge is 3 times that, and your full run is 6 times that. So it's like doubles each time.
okay. I'm gonna run all the way down this hallway. Should I actually
Yeah, and-
move the piece or?
Yes, you can move your piece over there. And he's chasing after you. He's not even going to look at Jay when he runs by. You also don't have to run the full distance if you want to like stop short or. Okay. So that is your
I'm gonna
full
move
turn.
all the way.
Yep.
How far
that's
down
fine.
this hallway can I move?
Right about there is fine.
Okay.
Not there. Hang on, I'll move you.
And
You're right about there.
This enemy's -20, ballistic. What does that mean?
What do you mean?
So the chart
Oh,
I'm reading says that.
Yeah, I have it in front of me. Hold on. Yeah, when you run, they get a -20 ballistic skill, but a +20 weapon skill if they wanted to make an attack of opportunity, essentially. But he
Okay.
doesn't. So
Okay.
he's too stupid. He just sees you run away. You're like this tiny little thing, and you sort of bolt away. And that's the end of your turn. So Jay, you're up.
Good luck, Jay Kwellin. As I say, running down the hallway.
Having just heard this full description, I want to drunkenly stumble up right in his face and pull my shotgun on him.
All right. I'm gonna say one thing that might alter that decision. Not sure. He has a chainsword that does 1d10 plus 6 damage, and it goes through 2 armor. Just as
I'm gonna roll the dice. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
All
May
right.
the Emperor protect him.
So
He
I
isn't
get
wearing
the
any armor.
I get the scatter bonus and the point blank bonus, right?
You do indeed, sir. How far were you from him, actually? You might just be able to walk up to him.
4 meters.
That is, yeah, that's your half move. Okay. So you don't get another half action. I was going to let you aim, too, but... Actually, you know what? He's really big, so go ahead and take an extra +10. This guy is literally the mountain.
So what's the scatter and the point blank?
So
Is that
you're going to
+10 each?
roll... your point blank is +30, and you get +10 because he's really big. And that's it. So you roll your test.
74.
All right, you roll the so your ballistic skill is 74. You didn't roll a 74, right?
Rolling now.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh my
Are you
god!
fucking kidding me? Are you kidding?
How
Emperor
did you do
protects.
that? Oh my god! Okay, so what I explained to them earlier, if you click on your weapon skill and ballistic skill, it'll do the check for you, and it'll tell you how many degrees of success, which helps when figuring out scatter. However, you do not scatter; you just hit him. Now you can use a fate point on that if you want. That is an option.
And I get to re-roll?
And you get to re-roll any failed test. You must keep the result of that test.
Fuck it, let's do it.
Man after my own heart. Fuck yes!
Wow.
All right, so you did 7 hit. Let me look up scatter. At point blank range, every 2 degrees of success scores another hit. AP is doubled at extreme and long. So you're not at extreme or long range, so you're not taking your double armor points from them. He has no armor. I just want to point that out. He's just wearing like a wife beater and some jeans. Like this guy's not wearing anything of note. He does have a toughness of 4, but you hit 1 plus 3 times. So go ahead and roll your damage 4 times. There's actually probably a button on your character sheet as well that says damage next to this weapon. Yes.
Should be.
And that will automatically calculate your damage. So you can hit that 4 times. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, dude, Oh, you didn't get any Righteous Fury. I'm surprised you didn't get a Righteous Fury on that. Okay, so that is 4. Oh, that's 8, 6, 13, and 9. Let's go ahead and add those up. Roll 1, 3 plus 9 plus 6 plus 8 minus 16 is the total. So he takes 20 points. All right. I did this earlier with Angelos. You walk up to this guy and you do something very, very bad. And it hurts him desperately. What happened? Go ahead and
Are you
describe
asking
it.
me?
Yeah, you.
Yep.
What did you do to this guy? Because I'm at a loss for words.
I'm gonna pull a full Cartman and aim the fucking barrel right at his dick.
And so you pull the trigger, and you pull the trigger 4 times. And somehow, in your 2-shot shotgun, you manage to shoot 4 shots without reloading. Nobody really knows how. The Emperor has smiled down on you. And you hit him for 20 impact damage. Let me go ahead
While
and...
singing, I'm half the man I used to be.
Take 25 XP. That was amazing. So you hit him. I guess this is the body. Critical effects body. So a solid blow to the body wins the target, and he momentarily doubles over, clutching himself and crying in agony. The target takes 1d5 levels of fatigue and is stunned for 2 to 3 rounds. So this guy is on the floor. He's not dead because you only shot his dick off. But he's on the floor and he's out cold. Oh my god, I cannot believe that just happened.
The Emperor protects.
Oh my god, I can't believe that just happened.
That's the power of alcohol, baby.
So he's out cold. You can decide what to do with him in 1 round. Angelos, you're up against this Catachani
Okay.
crazy man.
First perception willpower check thing.
Yep. You're rolling against your willpower, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh my! I can't believe you just did. Oh my god!
And actually, beforehand, I actually realized I actually have a skill called Strong-Minded.
Mm-hmm.
And Strong-Minded allows me to re-roll any failed willpower tests on psychic powers that either affect my mind or have a physical effect. Things
All right.
like telekinesis aren't affected by it. So I get to re-roll that because that was a horrible failure.
Yep.
That one succeeds. And with that in mind, I am going to do an all-out attack against the guy next to me.
All-out attack. That has some special rules with it, right?
It is a plus 20 to my weapon skill, and the opponent cannot dodge or parry.
All right. Go ahead and make your roll, sir. That takes your full action.
How do I freaking miss?
Let me tell you something. Unless your weapon skill is really good, probably shouldn't be up close with a sword. That's all I'm saying. Your weapon skill has to be really good, or your damage has to be really good. All right, so that's your turn. You miss. Gerwulf, you're up. You have your long las out, by the way. Core?
Gar.
He has been really
All right,
quiet.
what was that?
Oh, there he is.
No, my
you're
girlfriend
up.
was just talking to me there.
You're up, and your long las is out.
Is that a
That's not
euphemism
all
for
it's
his
out.
penis?
No, I got both out. Don't worry.
Good.
That's how you have to do it. So I can get a shot on him from there, despite him
Yes,
being
you
between
take
us.
a -10. You take a -10 because you're shooting into melee.
All right. Well, I'll take a half-turn aim then.
All right, and you get a +20 because your weapon is accurate.
Yeah.
So you're at a net +10.
All
Go ahead
right.
and make your shot.
Firing away.
Believe
That's
that's
a
a
hit.
hit. All right, roll
Easily
your
a hit.
damage.
Shit, that was a 10 plus. I gotta find it.
On your character sheet, it should be like if you click, there's a little damage thing next to your long last. It's on one of these sheets I have on all. Yeah, if you hit damage, it'll actually calculate it for you.
Wait, if you hit where?
Does the hit button roll whether you hit or not?
Yes, it does.
Wait, where's that on the?
So if on your character sheet there should
Oh,
be
shit,
long
yeah.
last. If you hover, and you can do that with you can hover over fellowship or any of the roll things on your skills.
Okay.
So you do 8 basic damage against this guy. It's actually not basic damage. You can fill in where it says
the
type. That should be E for energy. So you do 8. This guy has trooper. He has 3 toughness. So that's 5. And where do you hit him? You hit him in the body, which is another 4. So he's taking another -2. It's actually 3. I should say 3. All right, so he got a solid shot in the chest. He sees Angelos in front of him, calling on the powers of the warp, and he is made afeared by these things. And he doesn't know what's happening. He has no clue, doesn't know anything about the warp because he's just a lowly guardsman. He just knows that he's supposed to kill things, but he wasn't prepared for the warp. So he goes ahead and makes a disengage action, which is a full action. It breaks off from melee. It makes a half move, and he's going to run
like a
half
bitch.
move. Yeah, he's going to run like a bitch. Well, he's making a tactical retreat. He can move 3 meters on that, so he can move up and this way. He moves about 3 meters this way. So he's still in shot range of Angelos, but he's getting away. Cato, you're up.
I'm gonna do a full move, which is 12 meters back to this corner here.
Back to which corner?
Hold on, I'm trying to. No, okay. It's the corner I just came from. Yeah, that place.
Okay. Yep, you can move back. Let's go ahead and move. And that is a full action.
I can't move my guy.
Oh, why can't you move your guy? Oh, you got to click on the little cursor. So if you're
The mouse
measuring,
pointer.
Yep.
if you're
got it.
measuring, you can't click, and it's a pain in the ass. All right, so that's your move. Jay, you're up. This guy's on the floor in front of you. What do you do?
So I apparently pulled 2 magic shots out of my shotgun that weren't there. Do I need to reload to use that again?
No, you don't actually. So any damage like that, scatter damage, technically it's supposed to be other pellets from the gun, but it was cooler when you
Okay.
pulled the thing 4 times. So go
Got
ahead and you have 2 more shots before you have to reload.
I'm going to use a half action to aim while pointing at his face like Babe Ruth style. And then I'm going to roll for damage.
So you're point blank, he's big, and you're aiming. That is plus 50, sir.
So if I hit the hit button, that's going to roll whether I hit or not, and then
you're gonna hit that. It's gonna show you a little screen to ask for your modifier. Put 50 in there, and it'll tell you how many times you hit or how well you hit. So you got 3.2 degrees of set. So you hit him twice because you rolled a.
roll damage twice.
Yep, roll damage twice.
This is fucking
And-
awesome.
I know, right? You had actually a critical fail on damage there. You rolled a 1 and a 2. That was pretty awful.
That
he
was pretty
has
awful.
a toughness of 4, so he takes 3 more points of damage. But you hit him. You aimed at his head. It takes 3 more points of damage. You aimed at his head, and you just put the gun in his mouth, and Babe Ruth style blew his head off. This guy's gone for good. So this guy is dead. To your right, there is a open door that actually looks blasted open. Cato can tell you about that later. Cato is below you, and he's sort of peeking around the corner after having heard 4 shotgun blasts go off. All at once, and you hear some commotion past the door, but you can't really tell what it is.
He's no Daisy. He's no Daisy at all.
All right, so he's dead. Angelos, you're up. This guy is super scared. He's running away. He's trying to find new cover because you were up close to him. What do you do?
So currently, due to the fact I'm also kind of hurt, I'm kind of tempted. Let's see the distance on that.
So this guy, I just want to give you a better sense of his mental state. This guy just saw you bend the fabric of reality around you twice. You almost became a demon in front of him, like he saw the demon flash in your face. And then he heard 4 rapid-fire shotgun shots from what he, as a Catachan guardsman, knows is a 2-barrel shotgun. He's not quite sure how that happened, but he's pretty sure you guys are cheating. So he wants to go find somewhere to hide. He is not going to chase you.
So
he is not going to chase you.
First things first, still, is the whole willpower test for perception.
That is correct.
And I succeed. Hooray.
Not by much.
I still succeeded. Don't be knocking. And since he's scared shitless, I'm actually going to charge him.
All right.
And God hope I hit him with my sword.
And you're charging him from behind. He's running away, so you can take an extra +10.
Okay, so that's modifier 20. That would be a -20 in the modifier. Let's find out. Did I?
Oh my God!
I didn't do that right, did I?
Oh, you put in a -20, so you need to put in just 20. Go ahead and roll again.
There we go.
All right, so you hit him squarely in the back.
And let us do the damage.
Like a hero.
Like a hero. And you hit him for 9 damage. Your sword just sticks right through him, and it just sort of like ruts its way through his back and out the front. And he looks down, and he realizes that he's running away, and he knows that this is a huge dishonor to him. He's a Catachan guardsman. He shouldn't be doing this, but he was, and so he drops to his knees and just dies. Very sad. But he is now dead.
Finally.
So
Fucking
you guys,
asshole.
combat is now over.
We survived.
You survived.
Was he the one that hurt me?
He is actually not. That's the guy in the hall right in front of you.
The one that you shot the dick off of?
No. That's the guy in the other room. So you guys are moving freely around this room. Let me make sure I did this.
Can I take that as a trophy?
There's nothing left.
What do you want to take as a trophy?
His dick?
I don't know. Is there any form of his manhood left on the floor?
No, so when you look down at him, he's sort of splayed out, sort of like spread eagle, because he's on the floor. He just sort of plopped to the floor. And when you look down at his manly bits, there's like, it goes up and you see the normal line of someone's leg, and then it just sort of widens out in almost like an omega shape. And it just, all that area, his hip, everything is gone. It's just sort of flabbing around. There's nothing noticeable left. It just looks like nothing. And apparently, Angelos sort of walked towards you, looked in the door, and then turned around, which is fascinating. So
That's
once
like
you guys,
walking in on somebody masturbating. Like, nope, didn't see anything here, guys.
where'd Gerwulf go?
I'm up here.
I can't actually find you on the map.
Other than his
I'm
wife
next to the guy that
beater
hurt me.
and his jeans, did he have anything
Oh,
of
there you are,
use
I
on
see.
him?
He's
So
changed.
Take his
let
head
me
off
see.
while I'm here.
So he has a massive chainsword, which is not going to be wieldable by any of you. It's about It's not like a Space Marine style chainsword, but it's very,
one of those
very big.
two-hand ones. Where are they called?
Yeah,
like
it's a
maulers
really
or something?
Yeah, something like that. It's a really big. It's probably about 5.5 feet long or so. It's quite large. It's a
So she
big
said-
piece of machinery. Yeah.
Take it.
Can we rip
Um,
parts out of it to use for the servo
You can-
skull
yeah.
tiger head?
Ooh, that's a good
You
one.
you
That
can
is.
definitely rip parts out of it. Your tech priest can do that. Someone with tech use. You have to make a tech use test. But you can grab it and you can sort of stash it and you'll grab it on your way out. He also has. Let me pull up this. He also has a pair of brass knuckles on him, but nothing else really. No armor, nothing like that. The trooper has a auto gun on him, which is a 1d10 plus 3. It can shoot semi-auto and full auto. Which is pretty good. And it looks kind of broken, like you'd have to repair it. It'll take some spare parts, but a suitably competent tech priest could probably fix it without too much trouble.
And you said there was
and
armor?
He also is wearing Enforcer Carapace armor. It's a little bit dinged up. It'll probably give you 3 points to your body in terms of armor. It is encumbering, so your silent move tests will happen at -10. As will like any sort of agility-based tests. The Enforcer, who's the guy you're next to, Rask, is carrying a stub automatic, which is a 1d10 plus 3. It does semi and full. Single shot and full auto. It has a range of 30. It's a pretty good weapon. He also has a club that you can take and flak armor. He has a full set of flak armor that's +2 armor for your entire body except for your head.
Oh, sounds perfect. I'll take those.
All right, so you take the flak armor. I'm going to go ahead and mark on this guy that he has had his armor taken. So he has a little note, but he still has a stub automatic on him. Does anybody want that Enforcer Carapace armor? The chest piece.
Is it?
I think you should take it, Angelos.
Is it like heavy armor? Like, am I able to equip it?
Yeah, you can equip it. He's a normal sized human being. This heavy guy was huge, but he's a normal sized human being.
Yes, then I would love to take that.
All right, so you can go ahead and add that. I'll add my little marker
So
for him
it was
as well.
carapace armor.
Yeah, it's Enforcer Carapace Armor Light. It's L, and it gives you 3 AP to your body. It's 3 armor points to your body. The stuff that's on his arms, he was wearing stuff on his arms, but it was sufficiently beaten up that it's not going to be useful.
All right.
I'm gonna take the giant chainsaw for fucking spare parts.
All right,
later.
so you stash that away, and you're going to grab that on your way out. So you can add that to your inventory now, but it's too big to carry around with you.
Cool.
And you'll go
They're
put that
called
in the lumberjack with-
eviscerators, by the way.
Eviscerator, yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
They don't actually have it in the list of weapons.
Oh, really?
Which is unfortunate. I need to get the armory and bestiary books because they have all the weapons and stuff, and I just have a
that sounds
short.
awesome.
Yes. Okay, so you guys are grouping up now. There's another door in front of you. There's a bunch of boxes around.
Hey, come back here. Where are these guys?
That's what I was looking for him.
So you guys can kind of call out to each other. I'm going to move you into the same room.
Thank you, because I have no idea where we've been
Stop
or where we
moving
haven't.
yourself. There you go. All right. So you guys all sort of group up. You call out to each other a bit. You're in a room now that's a storage area. You poke into a couple of the boxes and you don't really see anything of value. It's mostly like food rations and that kind of thing. There is a door at the far end of this room behind some of the boxes. It is also closed. You see, Cato, you see a similar device as before, except instead of being sort of a reddish green color, it's just red. It's just a flat red color. What would you like to do?
So last time I tried to open a door, it blew up and I almost killed myself. So
Can we
someone
throw
else
one
should
of the
maybe...
bodies at the door?
Well, so you can try to open the door in using unique means. It's not like an automatic door. You have to hit a button to open it. You can investigate the door. You can do whatever you like.
Did anyone take the stubber?
I don't think anybody took the stubber, no.
I'll grab it.
All right. Go ahead and add that to your inventory.
So
You can sell those things, but they're not going to get you a ton.
Yeah.
It also marked down that it needs some light repairs.
What kind of stubber was it again?
It's a stub automatic, I think. Enforcer has a stub automatic. It's 1d10 plus 3 damage.
All right.
So, is this the door to the north of us or the south?
North.
It's the north of you, yeah.
So I would recommend, Cato, you look at the door, and if you pass your test, to go and see if it has explosives rigged to it, like the last one.
So
Good
do you
reasoning.
actually say that to Cato if you pass your test?
No. Like, that's more kind of out of character as a suggestion to Cato.
All right.
All right. I think I'm going to look at this door, but I'm going to ask everyone to remove themselves to a safe distance before I do such a thing.
You guys can use those boxes for cover.
I'm doing it.
They'll get you about 4 points of cover. That's pretty good cover. You can also move around that wall, and that'll get you about 6 points of cover. But you'll be further away.
Behind the wall.
And Gerwulf is just manning up and standing, the 15 meters away.
I'm
12
sure
meters.
they're not
Actually, I'm
going
going
to
to take a
trap
full
that one,
turn
too.
and go in this corner and take a leak.
Solid.
All right, so you're off in a corner. You're off in the corner pissing.
All that liquor away.
Yeah. By the way, Butch, I did give you a bottle of GM vintage liquor. It actually has GEE-MEM, and it's a nice bottle of like a brandy or something.
Oh, good. Celebratory when we finish this mission.
No, you drank it all. You drank it all. It's an empty bottle.
God damn it, Jayce.
All right. So while he's doing his check, what are the rest of you doing? Are you?
I'm resting, trying to recover some wounds.
I'm putting my armor on.
All right. So you're putting your armor on. That's a good plan. Are you guys doing anything? Are you talking amongst yourselves? Maybe telling Jayce that he's a fucking drunk and you hate him?
I will set up aim at the door. I don't know if you can ready actions or anything. Wait, where's the door?
You can take out your long las and prepare. You can aim at the door so that you'll be prepared if it opens and there's someone there.
Okay, which door is it that he's opening?
It's the one.
actually see.
It's the one right. It is not letting me click because I don't have the right thing. It's the one right here. You see that ping?
I don't.
It is basically due north of you.
You might have
I
the
see.
box in the way.
Yep.
Motherfucker.
All right, so go ahead and
Coming
roll
back in.
your test, Cato.
And so, what skill is that?
That is well, it depends on what you want to do. If you want to do if you want to look at a tech use, if you want to try to determine how it works via your tech use, it'll be an intelligence tech. You can also use your perception to see if you notice anything odd about the door. So we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Basically, your tech use will allow you to ask if this door looks wrong, like if it's been tampered with. And the perception will just allow you to sort of see if you get a sense that someone has been here, messed with it at all. And you can do either one.
I think I'm going to use my tech use to determine if there's anything weird about this door.
All right, so
weird
that's-
being defined as explosives.
Yep. So you can use your. I'm sorry, it's your common lore tech for that. So it's against your
Okay.
intelligence.
So hopefully I'm going to press the right button here.
We're all gonna die.
So
Not me.
you nail it. You can ask me 3 questions from that list or something similar.
Okay. So how
Let
does
me
this...
put it this way. You can ask me if the door is trapped, and I'll answer whether it's trapped or not.
Is this door trapped?
No. This
How does
door
this-
is perfectly normal.
How does this door fit into the Emperor's grand design?
This door fits into the Emperor's grand design as any door does. It serves the Emperor's will by separating 2 spaces.
Does it hate heretics, though?
It hates them so hard. In fact, it hates them so much, it tells you, the machine spirit speaks to you, Cato, and says, there are heretics behind me. Not right behind me, but pretty close by.
Does it make cookies?
It does not make cookies.
Damn it.
So I think at some point in there you've answered. I've answered 3 questions about it. This door is not trapped. It is safe to go through. You may open the door if you like. It is a tech use test at +50, which means you're going to auto pass it.
Can anyone open the door, or do I have to try to
You
open
can.
the door?
Anybody can hit the button. If you want someone else to hit the button, I would understand.
I
and you can
am
do that.
on the damage side, so it might not be prudent to let me lead such an endeavor.
I think we all
Oh, did I
are.
take any damage while I was drunk and passed out?
Actually, I don't think you did.
I think you're
you
the
managed
only
to
one.
avoid. I think you managed to avoid it. I don't think any of you have skills that can heal you, which is unfortunate. Let's see.
I know.
The
I
Emperor
see.
will fucking
Stem.
heal us all. It's fine.
Okay.
Emperor protects.
I'll fucking hit the button.
All right.
I wanna before you hit it, I wanna ready my last carbine.
All right. Are you hiding behind some cover?
Yes.
And
Alright,
I am
good.
going to ready my las pistol
Getting
as well.
at the corner here.
All right. Tell me when you hit the button, Jay.
I kick the button.
You
With
kick the
gusto.
button. Okay? Take an agility test, please. You just click
Fall
on
on
your
his
agility.
ass.
He's. Oh,
You
damn.
kick the button, and the door opens. And once I move the thing, the door opens and it reveals a little hall and another door at the end of it. What do you do?
That was it.
That was it.
God damn it.
Bit of
Emperor,
an
damn it.
anticlimax.
In a rage, is there a button to this door? 'Cause
There
I'm
is a
gonna
button
kick
on
it
that
too.
door. There's a button
No
on
checks.
that door.
I'm kicking it.
Same deal. Readying up at every
All right.
door.
Roll your agility check, please. I need to see if you fall on your ass. You fucking drunk. You fall on your ass. You do this. You wind up and do this roundhouse kick towards the thing, but you're still pretty drunk. So you kind of like bounce around a little bit and fall over, and you kind of like just fall over on the floor. You are stunned for 1 round. Does anybody else want to do anything to this door?
I'm
Nope.
going to stay away from it. 'cause
Door's
I'm so
kicking her
hurt.
ass, dude.
So
The door.
I think maybe I should take a peek at this door before we try charging in.
All right.
I'm gonna do another common lore roll.
All right. All right. What would you like to ask?
Does this door have explosives on it?
It does not. It is not trapped.
Okay.
Can you all roll a perception check, please? So on the other side of this door,
Wah,
Jay,
wah.
you hear the sound of several people. You don't know quite how many, but there's more than one and less than, I'd say.
Hey
like,
guys, there's something on the other side of the fucking door.
You say from the ground?
like as you're getting up, yeah.
You're drunk. I don't believe you.
No, I'm pretty sure there's a dog or an elephant. There's something behind the door.
So are you guys gonna hit the button?
Let Jay hit the button again. I won't watch him fall on his ass.
Try
again.
to hit the button.
All right. So
Okay.
are you other 3 in cover?
Yes. I'm hiding
Yep.
behind
Yes.
this little wall corner thing.
So Jay, you believe there are other people on the side of this door. Do you, the other people here believe that, or do they not believe it?
I
believe
don't believe it.
So Gerwulf believes it. Cato doesn't. Angelos, do you believe it?
I'm suspicious.
It's a yes
You
or
can't
no.
be halvesies.
I can be
Yes or no?
asses. No.
All right, you don't believe it. Okay, hit the button.
Instead of kicking it, I'm gonna flip it off and then press it.
All right, so you flip it off, press the button, revealing a room. And in the middle of this room, you see some machinery, but most importantly, you see about 4 people. So Jay
Hey guys, I
and
found the
Gerwulf.
people.
Jay and Gerwulf, you are not surprised to see this because you believed Gerwulf's report. Angelos and Cato are both surprised, so please roll initiative. But everybody gets a surprise round on Cato and Angelos. So you guys have to skip your first move, basically.
Okay.
So what do I do?
Roll 1d10 plus your agility bonus. Good grief, Angelos.
I'm just not
10 plus
doing
shield.
well tonight.
Yep. So Butch.
Okay.
Let's see. I need 30.
All right, Cato. You're going first. And then it's going to be 6. That's Jayce. Oh, no, it's this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and that guy. Let me pull up my turn counter. All right, so Cato, you have to miss your first round because you are surprised.
Do we get like a little description of what these 4 guys are?
Sure. So there are 4 guys in the room. The first 2 look similar to the guy that that Angelos stabbed in the back as he ran away. They both look pretty tough, normal size but clearly built. There's one guy in the back who you recognize as sort of the commander from before, the guy who is barking orders. He's an enforcer, if you're curious. And then there's one further guy in the far back of the room. He's behind all the machinery, which gives him a cover of 1. He's about 16 meters away from Jayce, and you can tell that he's in charge. He has a clear air of authority around him. You believe that this is probably the leader of this little base.
These
do any
guys
of you
look like
remember his name?
pussies.
Do you remember his name? I have told you his name at one point, so you know it. Whether you actually know it or not is another story.
Let's pretend I know it.
His name is Gladiator, and he will die.
His name is actually, I believe it was Lieutenant. No, I'm sorry, it's Sergeant Charn Darfal. He is the leader of the Traitor Guard here. And the guy that Stannis has sent you to go get. And he shouts at you, who are you and why are you in my base?
Fuck you and your
I'm
mother.
I'm going to retaliate that we are here for his head.
All right. He does not like the sound of that, and he says, all right, get him. And so he moves around, drawing his, what does he have? I got to find his character sheet. Charn he draws a las gun, and it's a big, it looks clearly kind of modified. And he moves around the corner, and he raises it towards Jayce, and he lays off a shot with his las gun. And he hits pretty hard. Now, he's just shooting single shot, so he does 8 damage energy to Jayce. That's reduced by your armor and toughness, Jayce. He hits you
6.
he hits you in the 25 is the left arm. So you take 3 points off for armor on that.
All right. And 3 toughness, so I took 2 damage.
Yep. So now it is the Enforcer's turn. The Enforcer sees Charn take a shot at you. He takes out his stub automatic, which I think should reach you just fine. Yep. And he's going to take a shot at you as well with his stub automatic. Oops, I'm sorry, that was the damage. That's not going to be his damage because I did it wrong. Oh, crap. And he takes pot shot at you, but he misses. It is now your turn, Jay.
Bless you.
Thank you. Both of those 2 guys in front of you are just out of point blank range. You could walk up to them as a free action to get in point blank range with both of them. I'm
going to do that there. To the right one.
All right. So you move to about. You're going to move to about here.
That'll still get me point blank.
Yep, that'll get you point blank. 4 meters.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to aim at that guy.
All right. So you aim. And fire, that gets you plus 10 and plus 30.
So 40 modifier?
Yep, plus 40.
Oh.
And you hit him 3 times, so roll your damage 3 times. Where did you hit him? You hit him in the body 3 times. You got a critical hit there. So you actually roll another attack, so roll your 2 hit again.
Same
at the
modifier or no
same modifier. Same modifier. So you hit him another 3 times.
There's not going to be much left.
There's going to be nothing left. These guys have a fair amount of armor. You hit. Oh my god! You did it again. All right, go ahead and roll another
I told
to
you,
hit.
these guys are pussies.
All right, go ahead and do that again. Roll another to hit. You hit him once this time. Just hit your damage one more time, and you hit him for 11 damage. Okay, roll. I need to calculate his damage. Hold on 1 second. This is a trooper. He has a toughness of 3 and armor of 3, so it's -6 on these. I'm going to say they all hit the body just to make my life a little easier. So it's, oh my god, I have to scroll up to get to this. You hit 7 -6, which is 1, plus 14 -6, which is 8, plus 3, plus 5, plus 8, plus 6 is, oh wait, this should have been 3, -6, 5, 6, 8, then 5. You do 30 damage to him. This guy, somehow, I really don't understand how you're doing this. You pointed at him and you pull the trigger 6 times and 6 shots come out. It doesn't make any sense. This guy evaporates. He's just gone. All his armor and equipment is no more. He has disappeared. He has ceased to be. That is the end of your turn. That is the end
Emperor
of your
loves
turn.
alcoholism.
That's a fucking apparently, dude.
I think
All
he's
right,
half
so probably
he just believes it, so it works. That's why red makes it go faster.
exactly. All right,
It's
so
like running with your
Shotgun
knife.
needs a fucking nickname after this.
you can name your shotgun, and so I'm not going to give you another 25 XP, even though that I got to give you another 20. I said if you do something awesome, and that was undeniably awesome, take another 25 XP. However, you can spend that 25 XP on your shotgun and get
A name.
a name, and I'll give you a extra quality.
I will do that, and we'll do it later.
Okay. I don't know what quality I'm going to give you. I might have to make one up.
All right. So I can see the leader from my vantage point?
You can. You can actually, I think you can see everybody from your vantage point.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. He's the one on the left or right?
He's the one in the square frame. So just as a rule,
Okay, that's what I thought.
in general, if you see a square frame, it's probably someone important.
Cool. That's who I will murder.
All right, so...
All right. I'll just
Um,
take 2 shots and stay aiming.
Okay, so that's plus 10 to both. Actually, I'm sorry. Technically, you can't make the same action twice.
Oh, really? Okay, then I'll
That
just aim.
is the case.
Yeah, that works then.
Go ahead and roll. Or did I get DC'd? There it is.
There we go.
Your
motherfucker.
Your shot flies wide. Did you add 10 to that, or is that...
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, so your shot flies wide, and just sort of, it bounces into the machinery, and it's gone. That's your turn. This trooper is up. He sees what just happened to his buddy, and like a good Catachan warrior, takes out his gun and decides to shoot at you, Jay. And he's going to go ahead and shoot semi-auto. No, he's not going to shoot semi-auto. He's going to shoot single shot with his stub automatic. And he misses. A round peppers past you. And that's the end of his turn. Cato, you're up. Now you can actually move.
Sorry, I'm not in that turn order list.
Yeah, that's okay. You're not supposed to be. You're actually... you rolled the lowest out of everybody. I forgot to add a turn for you. But your first turn is skipped. Yes, your first turn was skipped because you didn't believe that there were people on the other side, and so you were surprised.
But I rolled a 5, and 2 people rolled 4s of the enemy.
I will move you up past
Me.
the enemy. Yeah, the two
There we
troopers
go.
rolled 4s. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're. It actually did. It's fine. You guys, players moving around a little bit isn't a big deal. So Cato, you can move now. You can move for free up to where Gerwulf is to see around that corner. You guys are all kind of stacked up around that corner. That corner, by the way, is giving you about 2 points of cover. So you get an extra 2 points of reduction.
Clarification: can grenades bounce around corners?
You can throw it around a corner. And so basically it's going to go as the crow flies. You can kind of step out and toss it anywhere within your range. The range, by the way, of an Imperial standard issue Imperial frag grenade is strength bonus times 3. So your strength bonus, I believe, is like 2.
That sounds about right.
So 6
Cato
meters?
is you can throw it 6 meters. That's a little on the short side. I'll let you throw it up to 10 as a minimum. That's about 30 feet, just for
Okay.
understanding.
I'm more concerned of someone throwing a grenade at our tightly packed group.
I forgot these guys had grenades. Thank you.
God damn it.
God
job.
damn it.
He's one of them. I don't trust him.
Oh, so Core, the other conversation you missed is I offered everybody a choice. There are 2 kinds of RPG campaigns. There's the kind of RPG campaign that is you are the heroes of the Imperium, like Caiaphas Cain, and you will always come out, and it's going to be a big bad evil guy that you defeat, and you'll pretty much play these characters. I'll make sure that they kind of stay alive, unless you do something precisely stupid, like maybe walk up to a heavy and stick your gun in his dick and pull the trigger 4 times.
Because that never works out well.
Because that never works. Or, as Paul put it, Cato, you can pay the iron price and play a death trap campaign, where having a character prepared ahead of time is probably a good idea, because you will die. I am going to be trying to kill you in the most glorious and hilarious ways possible. This is your choice. Everybody so far has voted to pay the iron price, but if you have a different opinion, holler.
No, I'm
Anyway.
fine with that.
Cato, you are up.
So, for free, I can move up to this corner?
You can move up to where Gerwulf is, yeah.
Okay.
You can kind of see around that corner if you want.
Um,
I'm going to mute my mic for a second, but I'm listening. I need to blow my...
I'm gonna do a... Talking to my party. I'm hemming and hawing between a standard attack on the closest guardsman and then a hasty retreat or a semi-auto attack.
So I would think it
So
might...
you can actually shoot from around the corner. You don't have to retreat. You can just shoot. If you can see him, you can shoot him.
Right. I'm more thinking shoot and then retreat. Right, even further down the hallway.
Oh. What are you trying to accomplish by that? I'm just curious.
Avoid being destroyed by a grenade.
Okay. I thought maybe you were trying to lure them into that hallway.
I think I'm just going to go a semi-auto burst on the closest guardsman. So that would be this one.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. You get a +10 modifier because you're shooting semi-auto. Oh, and you hit him twice. I believe that's the maximum number of times you can actually hit him. So go ahead and roll your damage twice.
Okay, let's see if I can do this fancy. Okay, no, that didn't work.
Just hit the damage and hit. Okay. Should be fine.
I think your damage might not be plugged in. So you do 10 damage. That's actually a total of... He has 3 and 3, so that's a total of 4 damage that he takes. -4. So he gets a pretty solid shot to the arm, to the left arm, in fact. And it clearly connected. He had some damage taken, but... I'm sorry, actually it's to the head, which means he actually takes an extra 2 damage. I apologize. Well, actually 3 damage. So you pelt him right in the face twice. Actually, I'm sorry. You actually did that incorrectly. You should be doing 2d10 plus 2. Oh, 1d10 plus 2 twice. So you actually did another 2 damage on top of that.
Ah, okay.
And actually, so I did the math wrong here, but I'm going to give it to you. Normally, the reason you roll it twice is because he gets his armor on each shot. So the second shot would have been negated by his toughness. But because I screwed up, I don't want to fix the number. I'm just going to give it to you. So you hit him square in the face, and it like rips out his cheek, kind of like tears it off, and he looks just sort of flabbing. Can't really shout anymore because he doesn't have the cheek to form the sounds correctly. He sort of slurs, like a nerdy guy, lateral slur kind of thing, slur. So
Or like Butch.
or like Butch, like Butch
After
right
a
now.
bottle of liquor.
Yeah.
After a bottle of GM Vintage 999 M41. All right, so it's Charn's turn. Excuse me. And Charn lines up a shot on this guy who's standing out in the open like an idiot, named Jay, who's wandering around drunk and clearly has no respect.
Do I get any
for
cover from
anything.
those fucking giant computers in the room?
You do not. That's all low. It's very low. So you get about one cover from it, I'd say. But so he rolls to hit you, and he misses wildly with his gun, even though he was shooting semi-auto, which would have changed it by about 1 tick. He still misses wildly. So that's the end of his turn. The Enforcer, again, seeing the only person not in cover, decides to shoot the guy not in cover. And so he rolls to hit. Oh, I'm sorry, that hit damage. God damn it. And you don't get any cover from him, but he also misses, so no big deal. You're the luckiest son of a bitch alive.
God damn
All
right.
right, it's your turn. Go ahead and kill somebody else with 800 damage.
So I'm gonna fucking evasive maneuver roll to about here into point blank range for that guy. The other
Evasive
the
maneuver.
other dickhead. Yelling evasive maneuvers. 'Cause that's key.
I see. So it's not actually an action you're taking. You're just
No, it's
walking over.
It's just-
All right. So you walk up to him. You're in point blank. Take your plus 40. I like your strategy, man. You
Gotta
only
hit.
hit him once, so go ahead and roll your damage. You do 12 damage, which is 8 plus 4. Good. And you hit him in the body. Good grief, you hit him in the body all the time. So that's 12 minus 6 is minus 4. That's impact damage. Where's my sheet? With impact damage, I feel like we haven't read from these enough today. So we're going to go ahead and read from one. He's at minus 4, which is, those are mutations. I don't need mutations. Critical effects.
It's cool, guys. I'm gonna take all 4 of them. It's fine.
Fuck it, go for it.
Okay. Critical effects, head, impact effects. Oh, shit. Well, you hit him in the body, and it blows his armor open.
Are you looking
destroying
for the impact critical effects?
Yeah, I don't have them handy, but it's fine.
Page 204.
I have it on a separate sheet, so that's not going to help me.
Would you like me to read from it? I have it right here.
Sure, you can read from it.
Blood pours from the target's nose, mouth, ears, and eyes as the attack pulverizes his brain. He does not survive the experience.
Is that his body, or is that his
Oh, that was
head?
the head, sorry. You're right.
Yeah, I need body. Anyway,
here
so
we
you
go.
shoot him. Okay, go ahead.
The force of the attack ruptures several of the target's organs and knocks him down, gasping in wretched pain. The target suffers blood loss and takes 1d10 levels of fatigue.
All right, so he's bleeding. He's on the ground. His armor on his chest is gone. It has been destroyed. Actually, I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. And he's on the ground. He's knocked out. Did it say how many rounds he was? How much fatigue he was taking, Tim?
1d10 levels.
And he takes. He just clearly rails from the shot. He just falls on the ground, passes out, and bleeds out on the ground. So he's dead. That's your turn, Gerwulf. You are up.
All right, same deal, but hopefully a lot better.
All right, on Charn.
Yeah, we'll shoot that fucker in his face.
All right, you get your plus 10 because it's an accurate weapon, and you're aiming, so it's actually plus 20.
There we go.
And
God
it
damn
flies wide. Now you can fate point that if you want. You can use a fate point on it and re-roll that test.
Yeah, I would rather do that. Doing it again.
Are you? Why does it keep saying plus after it? It's
Oh.
weird. Are you just doing /roll 1d100?
No, I'm just clicking the dice roller thing.
Huh, that's weird.
Yeah.
So
Let's see, it's 20,
so you have a weapon skill of like
35, so
35.
55, so it's under.
Yep, you hit him. So go ahead and roll your damage. You do 4 damage. That's a critical failure on your damage.
Right.
You have 1 pen, so you actually hit him. 15 is in the head. Nope, that's in the right arm. And on the right arm, he has 3 armor. And it's 1 pen, so it's 2 armor plus his toughness, which is 4, so you do no damage. He just sort of eats the shot and looks at you and kind of laughs.
Dickhole.
Yeah. Angelos, you are up.
So I am not using a psychic power because no fate points. And
Smart
F
move.
that.
What's great in Dungeon World, you can use your... It's not Dungeon World. I'm sorry, it's Numenera. You can use your XP, which is like the fate points, and you can use them for other players. So it's very, very cool because you like spend time begging other players to give you their XP to help you make your rolls. It's great.
With that in mind, I'm actually going to aim and take a shot at that guy.
All right. That's plus 10 for you. And you're using your last pistol, right?
Yes. I'm going to probably miss. Holy crap, I hit. I
So go
freaking
ahead.
hit.
Go ahead and roll your damage. This guy I need to take up.
I rolled the wrong thing.
Yeah, so you do 9 damage. This is the Enforcer. I can actually close the Trooper now. That's nice. And I can close the Heavy. The Enforcer has a toughness of 3. And where did you hit him?
I got
22. You hit on a 22. 28's your score, actually. It's the number in parentheses inside. That's the minus. 22 is the left arm. He has 2 armor on his left arm and 3 toughness, -5. So he takes 4 points of damage.
Sweet deal.
All right, so you clip him in the arm. It clearly hurts, but he's okay. Most of it ended up on his armor, so he's fine. All right, Cato, you're up.
Kwellin, which guy are you going to attack next turn? Or whenever you get your turn?
What? Who's Dick
Which
Wellen?
guy? Kwellin?
Oh, Jay. I thought you said Dick Wellen.
It's his new nickname.
So Butch,
That's right.
are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Which one of these
You
guys
got
are
a
you
new
going to
nickname.
attack?
Which one am I gonna attack? I'm probably
Yes.
gonna roll to the one on the right and evasive maneuver him in the face.
Okay, I am going to shoot at the Enforcer
Oh my Christ!
with a semi-auto burst.
All right, that's plus 10, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, good
With-
shot.
That is a
Solid
hard
shot.
failure. Please roll 1d10 to see if your weapon jams. It does not jam. So it kind of clicks, and it looks like you hit the safety button again. You're clearly not doing it quite right. So that is your turn. Charn is pissed. Charn is not a happy guy. He looks at Jay, he looks at his Enforcer, and he says, charge. And so he grabs his saber and runs at Jay in a charge action. And he goes to swing at him.
Hi, sweetheart.
So he rolls his weapon skill at a plus 10. His weapon skill is quite good, by the way.
The Emperor will protect me.
Oh, bless the Emperor. He protected. So,
Daisy.
he swings wide, and he goes, "God damn it, Huckleberry!" And he misses. That's the punchline of that. The Enforcer takes out his club, which, though less interesting than the saber that Charn pulled out, has no less effect in terms of combat, except that it kind of does. He charges you as well, and you are now in melee, so any attacks that you make will be at -20 because you're outnumbered 2 to 1. That's ballistics attacks. So he makes his charge attack at a +10 as well, and it's a +10, and he hits you squarely in the left leg, rolling his damage of 1d10 plus 3. So you take 14 damage. That is minus your armor, of course.
Which is 6.
Your armor is 6.
Well, it's 3 plus. Do I get a toughness bonus for that?
It's in your left leg. You do get a toughness bonus. Oops, I didn't want to click that button. Where did I put you? That's 3 in your leg, and your toughness bonus is 3.
Damage.
So 8 damage. So you're at 1 by the looks of it. I'm at 1. All right, so you might consider running away, maybe if we're lucky.
I think, Jake Kwellin, you should run really far away, and then the rest of us will throw 3 grenades.
I was thinking the same thing.
Oh my god!
Just nade the fuck out of them.
It's my turn next, right?
Yes. Yes.
It is.
I'm gonna hobble away, yelling evasive maneuvers behind the group.
I'll let you do that. All right, that's your turn, Gerwulf. You're up.
All right, so can I take an unaimed shot and throw a grenade?
It's a half action to throw a grenade, right?
I think so.
Technically, it's the same action. It's an attack action. So technically, no. But I'll let you do it because this is going to be awesome.
I agree.
Here's the trick. You make your attack, but your grenades all have to go off at the same time, which will be their next turn.
Okay.
That's going to be 60-10 damage. That's why. I just want to see that number, and I don't have to do the math each time.
Fine with me. All right, I'll do the shot first then.
All right, so you do your unaimed shot, which is just your normal ballistics. And on your character sheet, if you click the on your weapon, there's a little damage.
Yeah, that's what I did last time, but it wasn't working, so I just did it manually.
I bet it's because you filled it in wrong. That's probably my guess. No, this looks right.
The damage worked, but...
So the hit worked for me.
Oh, it asked for a modifier. It popped up a window off to the side.
Yeah. You gotta punch in your modifier. So if I say it's a +10, that's where you put in that +10. So you...
Okay, I usually aim, so I'll go with 20 and not add it for this one, obviously.
Yeah. Well, so the modifier comes up each time. So you just barely miss. It sort of zings past... who are you shooting at?
The bigger one. I forgot his name.
The Charn.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we could turn on his nameplate. That would be nice. Show nameplate. Save. I don't know if you can see his nameplate, but...
Nope.
Nope.
All right. Well, I can, so I'll remember who he is. So it whizzes past his ear, but doesn't connect. And you're going to throw your grenade.
Yep.
So go ahead and make your ballistics test for that.
Okay.
All right, and you make that solidly, so it lands wherever you want it. I assume you want it at their feet.
Yeah, just a little in front of them.
All right, so they see this thing drop down in front of them, and they are suitably afeared. Angelos, it's your turn.
Am I allowed to do a similar set of actions as...
If you would like, yes.
So I will take a shot against the big guy.
All right.
At no aim, so ballistic roll. Go.
You hit him.
Yay.
Roll your damage. 11. Let's see how much armor he has. Where do you hit him? 13. That's 31, which is the body. He has toughness of 4 and armor of 5, so that does 2 damage to you. Excuse me.
Fantastic. And then I will throw my grenade.
All right. There's 2. Go ahead and throw your grenade. Roll your ballistics. So you just barely miss. You're going to scatter 1d2 minus 1. So you scatter 1 meter. You scatter towards 4 o'clock. So you end up right about there, which is plenty close.
Yeah.
Well within range. So it sort of falls next. And Charn's eyes sort of widen as he sees a second grenade. Then you've clearly timed all these timers together because neither of them have gone off yet. And it's been about 2 seconds now. Cato, you're up.
I am going to throw my grenade, and then I'm going to run. Or not run, but half move.
Okay, so you're going to throw your grenade. Go ahead and roll that ballistics. All right, so you throw the grenade, but it's going to scatter. Let's see what direction it scatters. It's going to scatter towards 4 o'clock as well. It's going to scatter. It's 2 degrees of failure, D3. Scatter 4 meters towards 4 o'clock from where you aimed it. So that is 3, 4. That's right about here. I don't know if you could see my thing.
Yeah, we can
saw
see arrows.
All right, so it ended up there. That is going to be just within range of you guys when it goes off.
Lovely.
Which is going to be...
Please tell me
it's
I'm
going to
out of
be-
range.
You are, in fact, out of range. Oh,
Thank
well,
Jesus.
actually, you're right on the edge, so you'll get some cover for it, but you're going to get clipped. Potentially. It will get reduced by armor and stuff, though.
Oh,
so.
thank God.
And it's only 1. So they hear the third one clank out, and Charn...
Wait,
Freaks.
my move.
Oh, what you can move, yeah.
I'm going to move 6 meters away.
Yeah, so you can move to about right here. Yep, cool. All right, so you're totally out of range. Jayce, you're just barely out of range. You probably won't take any damage. You might get a little bit of a point of fatigue from getting hit by something, but you're not going to get hurt. You other two have about 2 points of cover, and you are well within range of that thing going off. They are also in range. And here's what happens. So in one fell movement, Charn, seeing the 2 grenades, starts to dodge out of the way because he doesn't want to get hit by the grenade. So he rolls a dodge check, and he actually succeeds. So he jumps about this far out of the way. He's still within range, and he's still going to take a hit, but it's going to be less than before. He's going to get about 1 point of cover. His enforcer, being the ever loyal guardsman that works for Charn, he's known him his whole life, jumps on both of the 2 grenades that landed closest to him, taking half of all the damage that gets put out, and reducing it half for Charn. The third grenade goes off. It doesn't hit Charn. It does hit you two, Gerwulf and Angelos, and it hits the guard. Let's see how much damage happens. So the ones that's under the enforcer does 4d10 total explosive damage. It crits, which does cause... Now, I'm going to say that's the second pair of dice, so that's going to be Angelos. Can you roll another ballistics check, please? A Righteous Fury happens for grenades, too. You fail, thank God. So the bombs go off underneath him. 9 damage makes it out to Charn. It hits him in the body, as all explosive stuff does. And he gets that reduced by 4 and then 5 for his armor. So he actually doesn't take any damage. It sort of flicks off of his heavy armor. This guy, however, explodes. He's gone. The next bomb that goes off does 2d10 damage. It would do 2d10 damage to the guy who jumped on the grenades, but it obviously didn't. It also... So, Cato, I need you to roll another ballistics test, please.
Wait, what?
It did a Righteous Fury.
Cato.
But it did
Oh,
its
wait,
damage.
it's 2 from the same one?
Yeah, it's 2d10.
Frickin' A.
So I get to roll this again. And roll another ballistics test, please.
I'm not good today.
One time.
Is that a critical fail? You had one critical fail in there, but you did succeed. And roll me another one, please. So,
So fucking
as
mini
this is
nuclear device.
it succeeded. So this thing is bouncing and blowing up all over the place. I already promised that I would make this not a deadly mission because it's supposed to be the introductory one. So that's where it's going to end. Technically, it's supposed to end after 2, but I don't like that roll. You guys are going to take half damage from each of these, minus your armor, minus your toughness bonus, and minus an additional 1. So the first one does 6 total damage, and then your armor stuff. The next one does 9, and then your armor stuff. The third one does 9, and then your armor stuff, and the last one does 9, and then your. I'm sorry, it's 6, 8, 9, and 8. I did that math wrong. So go ahead and figure out how dead you all are.
6,
And it's explosive
9,
damage, by the way.
6, 9, 9, and 8.
6, 8, 9, 8.
6,
So I can help you with this.
6, 8.
Toughness
9, 8.
for both of you, I believe, is 3.
2, 3. I would be
Yes.
taking 7, so I have no wounds available. I am at 0.
All right, so you're at 0. Gerwulf, this all hits you in the body, by the way.
Okay.
This is a
So
body
that's
shot.
a -5 for each one.
Yes, plus your toughness bonus. So I think you take
Oh,
one
yeah,
wound.
plus you said one more, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Tim, you also
yeah,
get to reduce 1 for each of them. So
I did,
you probably
so-
gain 3 back. And so this thing, it turns out that what you thought was an Imperial issue frag grenade turned out to be an Imperial issue cluster frag grenade. So this thing starts bouncing around the room and towards Charn. And one of the explosions lands underneath his feet. That's the next explosion that you succeed on, I assume. That does... Oh my god. All right, that doesn't do 4 damage because I wanted to do more damage. Oh my... All right, so it did this 17 damage to him because I want him to take some wounds.
Way to go, Tech Priest, not recognizing a cluster grenade.
Well, he never did roll a Common Lore Tech on it, so that's -4 for his toughness. It hits him in the body for -9, so that does 12 damage total to him. So he's pretty badly hurt from that random cluster grenade. And he goes, "You crazy people! What the fuck are you throwing in here?" And he runs up to try to get behind some cover. He goes, "Don't you understand what I'm trying to do?" And he takes a shot at Gerwulf as he runs around for cover. It's just sort of a snapshot, so he rolls his normal weapon skill, or ballistic skill, against that. And he succeeds, hitting you with his las pistol. I'm sorry, that was the wrong button. And it does 4 damage to your head. So that's -1 and -1 for your cover. So it's 2 total, I suspect. Minus your toughness bonus.
2 total minus...
Toughness. So I don't think you take any damage from that.
No.
Okay, so that's his turn. I've already killed that guy. Jay, you're back up. You're obviously licking your wounds. What are you going to do? He's shouting
Fuck
like
it.
invective at you.
I'm gonna evasive maneuver back into the room. I have 1 shot left in my shotgun. It's not gonna have half roll. I'm gonna aim. I don't have point. Oh fuck, he's back there.
He also has some cover.
I'm gonna use my other half action to go back. Cause fuck that noise.
All right, that's the end of your turn, Gerwulf.
Solid
You're
move.
up. So he's shouting at you, "Stop! Stop! You don't understand! You don't understand!"
I don't. I never will, because I'm going to kill him.
All right, so
Aim and...
what do you do? Aim and fire, so that's plus 20.
Yep. Alright, let me try it this way.
You nail him.
Ooh.
You nail him square in the head, which is good for you because he doesn't have nearly as much armor in his head.
Yeah.
He's been getting body shots this whole time, so go ahead and roll your damage. You do 8 damage. He takes 2. He goes,
He's
I'm
got
just
good
trying.
head armor.
You don't understand. Stannis is going to get us all killed. And Angelos, you're up.
Okay. I am going to aim and take a shot.
All right.
And I hit.
You hit him. Roll your damage. You do 10 damage. That's pretty good. Where do you hit him? You hit 82, which is the right leg. That's -3 and -4 for his toughness. Yes. So -3, -4 is 3 damage he takes. He's working for the tech priest. You don't get it. Cato, you're up.
Okay.
We like tech priests.
No,
I
you don't.
am going to.
You don't understand.
I'm gonna do as a half move. I'm gonna move back to the corner.
Dude, that guy probably uses Internet Explorer.
It's the 41st millennium. There's only Internet Explorer, and it's IE6.
This
Okay, so
world
I'm
is a
gonna
very,
do-
very dark world.
It's better than 5.
No, it's worse than 5 somehow.
Because
It-
it's
it
running
bends-
Windows ME.
It comes from the warp. So what are you doing, Cato?
I'm gonna do as a half action. I'm gonna move back to the corner,
All right.
and then I want to talk
Oh,
to him.
but-
Is that
By the
yeah.
way, yeah, you can talk to him. That's free action, but make sure you all remove at least, in fact, exactly one of your grenades if you used
Oh,
one
yeah.
from your
I
armor.
already moved
Okay,
it.
I did that.
Amazing. Okay,
I
so
still
yeah, you can
have
talk to
one.
him.
So talking is a free action.
Free action. You can talk to him as much as you like, within
Can
reason.
can you prove what you say?
Yes, of course I can. If you just talked to me before, no one would have had to die.
Party, I propose we stop fighting.
I don't believe this fucker.
The Emperor hates all heretics. I think he has to die.
Gerwulf, what do you think?
Not sure. Tell him to put down his weapon, and we can talk.
All right, you can tell him to do that.
All right, so I would say him to do that.
Yep, you can tell him. Anybody can tell him. Anybody can talk to people freely.
I'm going to keep my weapon up, though.
That's fine.
Yeah, you'll have to put down your weapon, brother.
Well, you're not gonna kill me?
I promise not to kill
Depends
you.
on what you say.
No guarantees.
Well, I guess I'm dead anyway. And you hear like a clack of his weapon on the floor, and he's clearly dropped something. And he sort of steps out in front of the material, and he goes, "You don't understand. He's working for the mad tech priest."
Are we still technically in combat?
Yeah, but this is free. You guys have stopped for a little while, and you
Okay.
don't move your tokens around. But yeah, you're still technically in combat, and
Okay,
it's
speaking
still
of
your
not
turn,
moving.
Cato.
Who is
Yeah.
this mad priest you speak of?
Tell him not
Hi.
to move.
I won't. I'll stay still. I'll stay still. The tech priest. I don't have his name, but I have this data slate, and it was sent from him to Stannis with orders.
Set it down and move away from it.
And so he sort of pulls out. He's like, I have to go in my bag for this in my pocket, and he moves very slowly and moves his arm like kind of way out, his left arm way out from him, and he's very hesitant.
During this time, am I allowed to actually go into something like an Overwatch?
You can move around the corner if you want to watch what's happening,
I
and
was-
raise your weapon at him.
I was thinking more of an Overwatch in case, as he's reaching into
So,
his back, he pulls out a different
Overwatch-
weapon.
Yeah, Overwatch. You guys are all going to have a surprise action if he tries to pull something. Mod your agility check, so you all get a chance to make an agility check. And if he tries to pull something and you think he's going to try to kill you, then you can shoot him. You have him dead to rights. This guy has no weapons that you can see. You heard a clack. Actually, you heard two clacks on the ground, and he's clearly He doesn't have anything. He's got his hands up. He's making very slow movements, and he's being very hesitant because he wants you to give him the go ahead.
Proceed slowly, sir.
Do you want me to turn around? I can turn around. You can go in my bag if you want. And he's like
I don't know.
holding his hand out. He's obviously very scared.
Dump the contents of the bag onto the floor and step away.
All right, I'm
good.
gonna take the bag off and put it on the floor. And so he slips the bag off of his shoulder, and he opens it very slowly, and he sort of like kicks the back of it to knock some of the stuff out. And you see a data slate roll out. You also see like a little knife that rolls out that went with it. It's like not like a combat knife. It's like a utility knife, like a jackknife. And a few other sort of odds and ends sort of roll out. And he holds his hands up and steps back a little ways from the bag. So he's sort of back against the various little systems that are in the middle of this room. It's like, the data slate's right there, and he sort of nods his head at it to point.
Go get it, Tech Bruce.
Can I move and go get it?
You can move freely right now, yeah.
So, can I do a common lore test on the data slate?
So the data slate isn't encrypted at all. It's open, and so you can just read it.
Okay, I actually want to check and see if there's like a trap or something on it.
Okay, yeah, you can then roll your common lore.
Although I've never heard of someone trapping a data slate.
You never know, and you never will. Actually, it's close enough to a partial success. You can ask one question.
Does this data slate have a trap on it?
No, it looks like a normal data slate.
Okay, I'll pick it up and read it.
Okay. So as you read the data slate, you sort of scroll through it. It's like a little iPad. That's essentially the best thing for it, best metaphor. And it's got like a message on it, and it's orders. And it's clearly orders from someone who is capable of giving orders, and it's addressed to Stannis. And it says, ensure that the preparations are ready for the experiment. It sort of vaguely talks about how there's this experiment, he needs to prepare for it. It's going to happen in not too long from now, and it will require the sacrifice of 100 souls. It's actually a more specific number, but it's sort of encoded and garbled. As you scroll down, you start to notice the text becoming a little more garbled, and obviously it's sort of like it's like looking at wingdings almost. It just sort of you can't focus on it, and it doesn't make any sense. Can you roll a willpower test, please? So you pass, and you tear your eyes away from this data slate and drop it to the floor, and it shatters. Like the screen on it shatters, and it sort of peters out. And he goes, "Did you get to the part that you just can't read?"
I did. It was unsettling.
I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. And if this was in Stannis' office before I left, I took it with me.
Did you used to work for Stannis?
Yeah, I was a sergeant back with Stannis when we were on Cadia, and he's changed.
Can you elaborate on how he has changed?
He used to be a good man. He used to serve with his men and try to keep them as much out of danger as you can in that shithole. But now he just wants to get off this rock. I don't know why. It's like he hates everything now. And then there was this data slate and the weird orders. I just don't get it. Listen, I don't think much of myself, but I couldn't serve with someone like that. I couldn't do it. I know it's heresy, and I know you're just supposed to unquestioningly serve, but he was ordering his men into the woods for no reason. He was just sending them to be slaughtered. And now it's not even guardsmen at Camphor anymore.
Gabriel, can you sense anything from this data slate, damaged though it might be?
Who's Gabriel?
Oh, sorry, Angelos.
Angelo.
I do not sense anything. But,
You need to roll to detect
oh,
that,
wait.
buddy.
Perception or willpower?
It's going to be perception for you.
My chaos senses are tingling.
I apparently do actually sense something.
All right, so you can ask me some awareness questions, like why is this important? What should I be on the lookout for? You can ask me about whether you sense anything odd. I assume that's what you want. You can ask me 3 questions. That's why I'm listing these. So I assume one of them is this heresy? Is this tainted by chaos?
Yes.
And I think you get a resounding answer of yes. But fortunately, Cato knew to look away, and you aren't actually looking at it. You just feel it. It sort of tingles in your mind, and the familiar feeling of the warp drips off of this data slate.
Do I sense any, beyond just the warp energies, like dark energies coming from it? Just
if you're sensing the warp, so this doesn't count as another question. If you're sensing the warp, it's dark. It's not a good thing.
Fair enough.
You don't know specifically because you don't have Forbidden Lore warp. You don't know specifically what you're sensing. You just know you don't like it.
I want to stumble up to the guy with my arbitrator ID out and tell him he's lying.
I'm not. I swear I'm not. Well, you need to tell me I'm lying. I got all excited.
I think you're full of shit.
I swear I'm not. Look at the data slate. It's wrong. Something's wrong with it.
He has presented some compelling evidence, J. Kwellin.
Yeah, stand down.
I move forward myself with my sword drawn to him, saying,
I got back here.
even though you claim you are not a heretic, you held a tainted data slate. What say you against this?
I don't have anything to say. I just wanted to protect. I just want to protect my platoon. I just wanted to stop him. He's clearly gone. He's clearly become a heretic. I just wanted to stop him. And he looks like dejected and sad, and he knows that what he's done is worthy of death. He knows that that's coming, but he looks very honest, sort of like just a very plain look. What do you guys do?
I'm gonna speak just to the party, and we're having a sidebar, and he's not in it.
All right. So do you want to ask him to move away, or do you want to you can? I think one of you has cuffs, right?
I have an explosive collar I could put around his neck.
You can. I would say you can ask him if you can do that.
You care if I put this explosive collar around your neck whilst I talk amongst my colleagues?
If you have to, you're an Arbitrator. I really can't refuse, can I?
That's right. You respect my authority.
All right, you can take that off, and I'm going to put a marker on him. It is now armed, and in order to remove it, you have to swipe your Arbitrator ID.
Right.
I'm going to put a little wrench on him. That's his thing. Do you want him to move over to a corner or something?
Yes.
Can we just go
Okay.
back to fucking where Core's at?
Yeah, that's fine. So you guys can all walk down to Core, and that's far enough away that he can't hear you if you talk in hushed tones.
I propose we take him, we bury the guardsman we shot here, and we go back and get some answers.
Screw burying the guardsmen. Let's just go and get answers.
Angelos shows no respect for dead guardsmen.
I show no respect for heretics.
The dead don't care.
If it turns out Stannis has been acting in a heretical manner, then these guardsmen would have been against him. They deserve proper
And if the
burial.
guardsmen, if Stannis was a heretic, then the guardsmen are right, and Stannis needs to die.
That would be correct.
Need more to go on than that.
Well, we must speak with Stannis first.
Until we can determine the true nature of this, let us consider our prisoner a heretic in captivity for now, until we get more information.
That
I'm good
seems
with
fair.
that. Consensus made. That's a 3-1 vote, even if you vote against it.
Who, me? No.
Yes.
Not voting against it.
I propose, as a sign of good faith, we at least bury his adjutant. Or, I think
There's
his
nothing left of
enforcer.
him.
Yeah,
Did the grenade
bury
destroy
what?
everything up
Can't we
there?
just gather the bodies and set them on fire?
Yeah, you can dispose of the bodies, and that'll take a day.
Do we
Let's do
heal? Do we heal while we're doing
You
that?
will heal the slow amount, which is, I have this on here somewhere.
It's like 3 wounds a day.
I think it's your toughness bonus, I want to say.
Okay.
Lightly
Yeah.
wounded. No, that's not it. I will have to look that up, but I think it's your toughness bonus plus some amount.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Yeah, gave us an extra day worth of healing.
Because we got to make our way to the lumberjack.
I
Fucking
just
drive
wa-
through the
I wa-
goddamn woods again.
So no, the lumberjack is parked right outside. It's basically right where that entrance is. You just sort of parked it up there. I didn't put it on the map, but
It's going to take like a day and a half to 2 days to get back to base, though, isn't it?
yeah. So you'll have 3 or so days to recoup on your way back.
And let's
So will
not shine
Charn,
any
for what it's
fucking
worth,
lights back. Mister, I'm going to fucking shine my light and get a goddamn
Seemed
tiger.
like a good idea at the time.
You wouldn't know. You were asleep for 95% of that fight. Fucking
Eventually
drunk.
found out.
I kicked you in the fucking ribs and you slept through it. Fuck you.
So what's our plan of action?
I just want to point something out that makes me really happy. You guys literally decided that you would pay respect to these potentially not heretical guardsmen because it would give you an extra day to get some wounds back. That makes
I
me
wasn't
happy.
thinking about that.
Metagame,
Well,
bro.
I appreciate it, but that is the grimdarkiest thing that has happened so far besides the shotgun.
We got
to
the shit
pelvis.
kicked out of us. Let's burn these bodies so we can get some band-aids.
Oh man, you guys are awesome. All right, so
I'll
what have you
take guard
decided to
duty
do?
on him then.
We're going to burn all the bodies, and we're going to take, was it Karn? Is that his name?
Charn.
No.
Charn Darfal.
Charn is prisoner with the explosive collar around his neck, and we're going to burn all the bodies.
All right. Do you want
I'll guard
to?
him.
Do you want to tell him that because he still thinks he just has a explosive collar around, like he's probably going to die.
Good question.
Yes. What?
Off with the armor first.
Oh, that's a
Ooh,
good
the armor.
call.
All right. So you can take his armor. He has the chest piece is pretty broken, but he has a guardsman flak armor for his whole body.
Since it's my explosive collar, I'm going to go up to him and tell him that, all right, we're going to take you back to Stannis and sort this out with the explosive collar on as a sign of good faith. You're just going to come with us.
Well,
That or explode.
I think his answer is he's going to shoot me in the face the second we get there.
We will
But-
not let that happen. You're going
I
to come
mean-
with us, or we're going to shoot you in the face right now.
Well, I guess I don't really have many options, do I?
No, you don't.
Listen. I want to prove to you that I'm telling the truth. Look up where I was standing when you guys came in. There's a chest there. It's got some stuff in it. You might be able to use it.
I
staying back
approached
here.
that chest.
Can we look at?
And-
Can we check that? Can we check
We
that
should
area
check
for
the
traps?
chest for explosives.
Yeah. So he says your tech priest can check it, and he'll be really interested at what's inside.
So where is this chest?
It's like
He was standing like,
right there.
yeah.
Ish. All right, so you can roll your common lore if you like to check if there's a trap or not.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
to the
do that.
corner. I probably have to piss anyway, so I'm gonna piss in this corner.
All right, so you pass. There's no trap. It looks like a normal chest. It doesn't even have a lock on it.
I'm gonna open the chest.
All right, inside, you find a thing. Can you roll another lore check, please? It's clearly some piece of tech, and you know it's valuable. And you see this thing, and you think this is just the best thing in the world. It's clearly a piece of a Astartes pattern bolter. It looks like it's exactly the piece you might need to fix the storm bolter on top of the lumberjack.
I yell at him, is there anything to make a servo skull out of that fucking cat head?
There's probably there is a bunch of spare parts.
Because really, that's the clear objective
There are
of the entire
5 spare
mission.
parts,
Perfect.
including some gravitic drives that will help it float, as well as a very large magnet that will help
Awesome.
it stick to the front of the car. You
This is
also
completely-
find
Go ahead, sorry.
you also find some taxonomic chemicals that can be used to preserve various things. Finally, you find a power sword. I'm sorry, a chain sword. Not a power sword. Sorry. You find a chain sword in here that is human size. It was clearly something that Charn probably has used. And you find on the ground over by where he was, you find a las pistol that has a extra point of plus damage. So it's 1d10 plus 2 rather than 1d10 plus 1. I think that's how. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 1d10 plus 3.
I think Angelos should take the last pistol.
Okay.
All right. And
Since it'll improve upon the one he already has.
the chain sword, by the way, is 1d10 plus 2 rending with pen 2.
I don't want no chainsword.
Why
No one else wants it. I'll take it.
You can have it.
Go for it.
I have my shotgun.
All right.
It is completely OOC, but we need a fucking live soul for the servo skull, and that is clearly the objective of the entire mission. And I say we fucking sacrifice Charn when we get back to base. For the servo
Terrible
skull.
idea.
I say we sacrifice
well,
whoever
so-
we prove to be the heretic.
Better idea.
I'm
That's a
yes,
good
yes,
idea.
him or Stannis. One of those two are dying for the servo skull.
All right.
Agreed.
So do you guys have you marked down all the stuff you found? Cato, I assume
Not
you
even
took
a
the parts. Okay. So
Okay.
there is a storm bolter part. You can write that down.
Okay, I'll take the Stormbolter thing and the extra parts.
Yes, that's why I put
Yeah,
them
I'm
there.
taking the giant chainsaw on our way out for the spare parts.
All right. You still have that in your inventory.
I do.
And
It's
Gerwulf
got
was
some cool
taking
stuff
the
in there.
human-sized chainsword.
Yes.
Yeah.
Scarewolf,
How
you
much
now
damage
have a
did you say it
chain sword.
was? 2d10?
It's 1d10 plus
Okay.
2, pen 2. It is balanced and tearing. I actually don't know what tearing does, so I should probably look at that. It's roll 2 dice for damage and take the best result when it's tearing.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah, and balance gives it plus 10 to parry.
So
All right.
this machine
and then,
thing in the middle.
hang on one second. Angelos, the las pistol you took is called Darfowl's las pistol.
Okay, could you put in
It
that
is-
Darfowls thing?
It's, yes, it is spelled like this.
Thank you.
I will make his character available to you presently. For some reason, I wrote Drawfowl on this, but it should be Darfowl, so I'm going to change that in just a second. His name is Charn Darfowl. I don't know why it ended up Drawfowl, but Darfowl is his name. And he should be in your little character section of the journal.
Yeah, I
He
see.
is.
Okay. So let's see. So it's called Darfowl's Last Pistol. It does 1d10 plus 3. It is a single shot only. There is no auto type with it at all. He actually did have a frag grenade on him, but that's not there anymore. I'm sorry,
Probably blew up
that's
with
Jay.
the cluster grenade.
Probably. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was looking at the wrong character sheet. It is accurate and reliable, Tim. And its type is energy, obviously.
Okay,
Um,
got it.
all right. So let's see here. Now, so you're taking him back. He has a explosive collar on him. Now, the way you can use these explosive collars, you can set them to be proximity to you, Jay. You can also set them to be proximity to the lumberjack. So you can say he has to be within 50 meters of the lumberjack. Otherwise, it'll explode. It will kill him instantly. No armor, no toughness, no saves. It'll just blow his head off. So
Can I change that, like, because I want to do it
you
proximity
can change that.
until we
Yeah,
get
you
to
can
the
change
lumberjack.
that easily. So what you do
Alright.
is change it. You swipe your arbitrator ID through it. It's
So
actually
you
your
will
arbitrator
respect my
ID is like
authority?
your arbitrator ID is essentially it's almost like a Texas Ranger thing. It's like a little little star or something. It's a little symbol of the Emperor on it, little Aquila, and it's got like an RFID in it. And so you swipe it past his neck, and it'll prompt you to change things about the thing. I'm going to make it so that you can control Charn Darfal.
Fucking awesome.
You should be able to control his.
We need to go pick up some We need to pick up liquor on the way back to base, and he's gonna get drunk with me.
Yeah.
Maybe not a great idea.
Nope. I swear to God,
come on.
If you sleep through another fucking panther attack, I will personally blow off your own head.
Can you move Charn around, Jay? Butch?
I can.
All right, so you can move him around. He is your prisoner because you are the arbitrator. You get to take prisoners.
Right.
All right, so does everybody have the loot that they wanted? Did everybody get all that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys can head out. There's nothing of value on the remaining corpse here. You guys said you wanted to bury these bodies.
I have a question about that corpse.
Sure. The one that just deleted?
Yeah, that's the corpse of the enforcer, right?
Yes. The one that jumped on the grenades for him.
Are there any broken pieces of his armor left?
No, it's gone. He vaporized.
So there's literally nothing of him left.
Pretty much.
He did just fucking eat 2 grenades in the face.
He jumped on top of 2 grenades, and anything.
And one was a cluster that blew up half the room.
That was actually the one that Cato threw. So that did damage after the fact, but he was basically exploded. He turned into. There's a few teeth, maybe. Let me look up healing real quick.
Mist.
Yes. I can't find healing in this thing. Damage and healing. Maybe that's what I want. That's healing. So the way healing works, it depends on how wounded you are. We're gonna say you're all heavily wounded. So you are heavily wounded whenever you have taken more than twice your toughness bonus. You all definitely did that. Without medical attention, you may remove 1 damage per week. We're gonna like skirt over that. I hate that rule. I think that's really dumb. You'll heal your toughness bonus per day. You're in good care in the lumberjack. There's a Medicae bot or Medicae servitor in there, sort of a small one. Don't think too much about how big they are, but it just makes it a lot easier to track. Okay, none of you lost any limbs. Cool. So you all can head out to the lumberjack. I will drag you all, or you can walk out if you want. I'm
going to strut out.
All right, so you strut out. You grab the chainsword on your way out as well, the eviscerator. I'm going to see if I can put... Oh, yes, it did work.
Didn't, like, one guard get it away from us? Didn't he run away?
No. One guard almost got away, and then because Gerwulf came crashing down that first hall. So you will notice that I've done a little artwork. And if you look very closely, it is somewhat small here, smaller than I wanted. There is a little guy, right?
Nice.
Stop moving it.
I'm
right
trying
there.
to move.
Moving what?
You put the panther head on.
I did. I spent so much time in MS Paint. I worked very hard to put that on there for you.
Dude, honestly, next time if you need help, just let me know. I can Photoshop that in about 30 seconds.
I can get you the source images if you want to do a better job, because I don't think I did a very good job. However,
honestly, it works good enough for me.
I assume you will acquire some other trophies as time goes on, and you can go ahead. I had a lot of fun doing it. Actually, I was supposed to be working, and so I just did that instead. So.
Honestly, fuck everything about this entire mission. Now my entire mission is automating that fucking panther skull.
So right now, it's attached on there. It's actually not attached on there. It's still in there, but I assume at some point you're going to make a servitor out of it. You will need the soul, and by soul I mean brain, of one living creature in order to make it into a successful servo skull. It doesn't have to be a particularly smart creature. It does have to be human. All right. So we did... loot. We got back to the lumberjack. You guys want to drive back to Camp 4, or do you want to drive?
Burn the bodies.
All right, so you're burning the bodies. So you take your day and burn the bodies. All gain back. It takes about a day and a half, so gain back 1.5 times your toughness bonus. Excuse me, in wounds.
That's all my stuff.
Do we round up or down if that's a fraction?
1.5 round down, by the way. Excuse me. Your toughness bonus is the tens digit of your toughness. Where'd you guys go? Oh, you're all under there. Send this
Yeah.
to the back. Oops. And Charn also gains that back. His toughness bonus is 5, so 7. It's 7 plus 7.
I can see my wounds.
Wait.
Can anyone see them?
Current,
That's
is that
information
how
for
many?
me. Oh, okay.
So the current, was that how many wounds I had on me, or what I was down to?
That was the remaining number.
Oh, shit.
So the number that you had there was 4. You will gain back 1.5 times round down your toughness bonus, which I think is toughness bonus is 3. So you're going to gain 4 wounds back. I think you have a max of 12, so
14.
14. So you'll be at 8 wounds. All right. Excuse me. So you all want to go back towards Camp 4, right?
Yes.
All right. So you guys start heading out towards Camp 4. I need to drag you over to the campsite, which I made a nice thing.
Do we actually have Stannis on Vox?
No. He's just with you. He's actually in the
We don't.
he's in the lumberjack right now.
No, not him.
And-
Stannis.
Oh, Stannis. Well, no, Stannis is on Vox. You can talk to him if you want. He can't hear you. You have to specifically try to Vox him. You are all on comm beads with one another, and it's a private channel. And you can call him up on Vox using your comm beads.
We could call him and claim we killed the Traitor Guard Legion.
You want to leave Karn out in the fucking woods to fend for himself?
I
No,
can
I'm-
guarantee you that he would not survive that experience.
So, like, what I'm thinking is, if we tell him we just killed the Traitor Legion, we can maybe glean some information that we wouldn't glean by showing up with him.
We could do
But
Sorry, go ahead.
if he's the fucking traitor that Karn says he is, then he needs to pay the Emperor's crime.
That
He's not.
is true.
Then we're screwed when he finds out it's not true.
But if we take him back and he really is, Karn's the traitor, we just shoot Karn in the face.
Or you
And then we
set
use
off
it for
your
the
explosive
service call.
collar.
Or that. He's helpless right now.
So the explosive collar, they're micro explosives, and they'll just blow off his neck, and his head will just kind of fall off. So his brain will be preserved.
So he's
I know
helpless.
that's what you care about. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you're on my fucking page right now.
So it's been a day, so you can take another toughness bonus worth of wounds back. You are sitting around a campfire, obviously.
I'm not bleeding out of my anus now.
Yeah, it's great. So you're sitting around a campfire, and you made this clearing. You set your plasma cutters to like auto, and like an energy saving mode essentially, so they can recharge overnight, like they have to. You're out in the woods. You hear some noises, but nothing like super out of the ordinary. You hear some roars, some monkey noises.
No blue
and-
lights.
Yeah, and I mean you hear normal stuff, right?
Nice.
And so you're all just sitting around the fire and discussing what to do with Charn. Do you guys want to do anything else while you're here? Do you want to fiddle with any technology you found? Try to take the thing apart.
Can we add the Stormbolter to the
You need some more facilities in order to do it. You need an actual like lab or like shop you can work in.
Probably can't do that until you get back to base.
Yeah, you're gonna need to get back to like
Makes
the
sense.
Mechanicus Spire in Camphor.
Get some legit tech priests on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
legit
so I mean,
ones.
Cato can do it. He has the skill to do it. He just needs more material, more tools.
MacGyver could do it.
Well, of course, MacGyver could do it.
Can we do anything with this mysterious green goo we found last time?
Actually, Cato,
What?
can you roll a perception test for me?
Or critically fail.
Okay, so you don't notice anything strange about it when you look at it. You can also, some other options you have, I'm just going to present you some options. You can talk to Charn some more, get some more information out of him, grill him a little bit. You can investigate the woods, see if there's anything interesting there. But basically, you can kind of do whatever you want. And by the time you get back to Camphor, you will have rested for another full day. So you will gain one more round of toughness bonus in hit points. I think that'll top you all off or come close to it.
Yeah, it should, because I was down to 1 health and I'm already full.
Yeah.
I think we should talk to Charn some more. We need more evidence.
Can you all roll a perception test? So Gerwulf and Cato, you both notice some pretty strange sounds coming out of the woods. They're closer to you than they probably should be, especially given that you're generating a lot of light. Did I? Oh, I didn't do it. Oh, okay.
I'm going to light a cigarette.
I'm moving back into the lumberjack.
All right, so you're in there with Charn, and Charn looks at you and goes, is everything okay?
It is for now.
Are they all around? Or is it just one direction?
You kind of hear it generally in the woods, like there's just stuff there.
Oh.
And it's worrisome. Like you're kind of concerned about it. And Charn looks at you, Cato, and says, "Some pretty strange sounds you hear out here, huh?" He needs to gain.
It's not the sounds I'm so much concerned about. It's what accompanies them.
I hear that. And he starts sort of launching into a story about Cadia, and when he was, on the on patrol and out on maneuvers or whatever, and there was a sudden attack, and he only survived because he heard the attack before it came, because one of the Chaos sort of traitor guard he was fighting, they made a false move and slipped down some stairs. And he tells you about how he single-handedly, of course, saved his entire battalion from his entire squad, his entire platoon. This is when he was a lesser guardsman, and he saved his entire platoon from certain doom at the hands of
Was
these
Stannis
traitor
with
guards.
you then?
Stannis was my commander back then. He wasn't with us on that patrol, but he was pretty happy when we came back, because I owed him a few thrown gelt. We'd been playing some dice, and man, he was happy to get that thrown gelt. Let me tell you. So what do you guys want to do?
I'm just resting and sharpening my sword.
So you guys, you're hearing that sound get a little closer to you. You don't know where it
on
is
a tree away from the group because I'm smart.
Can I get on top of the lumberjack?
Yeah, you can do that. Just put yourself on like the top ridge on the token. Yeah, that'll work. So you're looking out into the woods, I assume?
Mm-hmm. Through my rifle scope.
All right, so you're just sort of scanning the tree line.
And
Yep.
I want to also...
Where are you scanning exactly?
Probably the back arc, like 180 of the vehicle.
Okay. Can you ping somewhere that you want to scan more closely? Okay, so you're sort of in that direction. You see some light movement behind the trees. There's obviously something living there. You're not quite sure what. You're also pretty sure that either it's massive, like the whole length, like probably about that long, or there was more than one thing.
Angelos, I'm thinking you should join us over here.
I'm thinking the same thing, and I walk by and put my back to the back of the lumberjack and just kind of look out towards the same general direction as Gerwulf.
All right, can you both roll a perception check?
Righto.
You're still pissing on a tree, right? Jayce?
Yep.
It's a
All right.
long piss.
I swear to God, we're going to have to get you to the
Gerwulf, did you pass?
Is there AA in
I
the
don't think so.
41st
I
century?
don't think so either.
We're gonna have to get you to the
so-
medicus when we get back and have you check for a small bladder.
I have yet begun to
Maybe an
defile
infection.
myself.
So you guys don't notice anything in particular, but what you do hear is sort of a low rumbling. It's obviously like a high-pitched voice that's speaking in hushed tones, but it's like low because they're speaking so quietly. But it's definitely some kind of language that you're hearing. Like it has structure to it. What do you guys do?
I'm going to hold off until they do something.
I go and I try and sense if anything's out abnormal in the warp.
Oh, I do want to warn the others about that too.
Okay, so you
got
warn
voices.
the others. What exactly are you trying to do, Angelos? Are you trying to cast a spell or?
I'm just trying to sense if there's warp energies
so
around.
Are you
that,
trying to
place.
do a perception based thing? Are you trying to be aware of something?
Yeah, kind of just
Okay.
willpower perception kind of thing of is there
So you
warp
can do an
energies
awareness test. You can do a purposeful awareness test rather than like a passive one, like had you been doing. And you can ask me those questions based on your success.
around? Okay, so that's a perception test.
All right, so you pass. You can ask me. I think how did I actually design this? I've been saying 3, but I think it's actually less. On partial success, you receive an answer to a random question. For every degree of success, you can ask 1 extra question. So you can ask 2 questions from that list on the OOC non-combat actions chart.
Let me pull that one up if you don't mind, real quick.
And questions of that nature are also okay. So it doesn't have to necessarily be on that list, subject to my approval, of course.
Let's see. So this looks kind of like more. That's not really a war kind of question.
No, so you want to look at awareness. That's the thing you just passed.
Okay. Some of these questions aren't exactly what I would be hoping for, unfortunately.
So anything similar to that along that line is fine.
So can I ask, do I sense any kind of warp energies around that shouldn't be here?
You sense, there's so many living things around that have presence in the warp that you know that there are several living things very close to you. I would say approximately 50 or so meters away. And you know that there's stuff that's close to you, but you don't notice anything specific. It's just sort of like a general sense that they're living things, which isn't out of the ordinary for the jungle.
And am I able to sense any creatures focusing parts of the warp?
There's nothing that's trying to focus in the warp. No one's trying to. Are you like asking if anybody's trying to cast a power or something?
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, you don't notice anything specific trying to cast any powers.
All right.
You do hear some twigs crack. You can ask. Did you ask 2, right? That's how many.
Yeah, I asked too.
Does anybody else want to try a perception test? See if they can ask some questions.
I'm
I'm still
good.
pissing by the tree.
Yeah, can I ask a question about why he's taking so long?
I guess he drank a lot, man.
Not all of us are 5-year-old girls over here.
So you hear some crackling in the woods really close to your campfire, and then that crackling stops all of a sudden. It goes from branches cracking, very careless maneuvering, to silence.
I draw my sword.
Yeah, I'll ready my last carbine.
Now you're in the lumberjack, right, Cato?
I am, yeah.
I thought you were going to say me for a second.
Do you guys want to get in the lumberjack? Or are you that
Hey
worried?
guys, while I'm pissing out here, I saw some shit moving on the side, and we should probably get the fuck out of here.
Maybe a wise course of action.
First wise course of action from the drunk.
I'm gonna get the fuck in the lumberjack and into safety at least a little bit.
Yeah, is there a top hatch in this?
There is. There's a top hatch and a rear hatch. The rear hatch is open right now, by the way, because Cato came in, but he didn't shut it.
I'll go in the top or halfway in and keep watching until everyone's inside.
Whatever it is that was in the woods sees you guys heading for your truck and run at you very quickly, achieving
the
a
fuck
surprise
outta
round
here.
of running. So
Start
you guys
this shit up.
Are you all getting in the truck?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead
Close
and
the
roll
door.
an agility test.
Close the goddamn door. What are you, born a fucking barn?
Hold on. Everybody who is not in the truck needs to roll an agility test.
Okay.
Shit.
Angelos, you are scrambling for the door, but you do not make it before these things initiate combat with you. I think Gerwulf is the other one, and is... Did you make it before I called for that test, Jay?
I think you did.
I said I got into the fucking lumberjack before any of this happened.
Okay, so you're in the lumberjack with the other guys. I put you underneath Charn for some reason, but you're
cool.
there.
Whatever. He's my prisoner. He's my bitch.
Yeah.
Smack my bitch up.
Gerwulf, did you get in? Or are you trying to get in?
Well, yeah, I was.
Okay, so roll an agility test. And you get in, no problem. So you shut the top hatch behind you, and Angelos is trying to run in the back hatch, but he hasn't quite made it yet. Angelos, can you roll initiative? Actually, everybody needs to roll initiative.
Whoops.
Now, one option for you is to drive away. You have your driver in the car. You just need to get Angelos in the car before you drive away, assuming you want to keep Angelos around, which I would recommend.
For initiative, is it 1d10 or 1d100?
It's 1d10 plus your agility bonus, which is the tens digit of your agility. Very nice, Cato. I wish that it would let me... I gotta get at your tokens, which they're all stacked on top of each other now. So, at turn, Butch is next. Yeah, so anybody on top of that token is in the truck, and we'll just let it be a lot more logical. Gerwulf is next, and Angelos is third. Charn doesn't have a weapon, but he's still rolling initiative, and he goes after all you guys. And then this group of dudes...
Can I give him my las pistol?
If you'd like.
It's a good plan.
If you trust him.
I'm going to give him my las pistol.
Okay. So he has a las pistol now. I will remember that. I'm not going to add it to his car sheet. All right. So, Cato, you go first. So what do you do? Can you even see these guys? They are right on the edge of your vision.
I can see them.
Yeah, so they're right on the edge of your vision. You can move anywhere within that little truck token if you want to. That's free. You're just inside. But they're on the edge of your vision right now. So actually, let me look from the truck's perspective. Oh, of course, the truck doesn't have a light radius. They're on the edge of your vision. That means you're going to take a -10 to hit them. It is nighttime.
We should just get Angelo in the fucking truck, close the goddamn door, and get the fuck out of here.
Would you like to try to assist Angelos get in the truck?
Yeah, let's give that a shot.
All right, go ahead and make an agility test. If you succeed, I'll give him a +10. If you fail, something bad might happen. Something bad. So something bad might happen. You sort of step out to go help Angelos, but you trip on the way and sort of fall on top of the door closing mechanism. You think you'll be able to get up next round, but you'll have to get up. So it'll take a half action to stand. Shouldn't cause any trouble, though. That is your turn. Jay, what would you like to do?
Can I roll an agility test to try to help both of those idiots?
You don't have to help Cato. You do have to help Angelos.
All right, I'm going to do that. So agility test?
Yep.
Fucking drunk.
And you sort of stumble over and fall down on top of the wheel. Do you have drive? I forget if you have drive.
I do have drive.
All right, so you fall on top of the wheel, which is fortuitous because you might have to drive very soon. All right, so
Good
that's
thing
your
there's
turn.
no DUIs in the jungle, guys.
Gerwulf, it's your turn.
All right. So are they making moves towards them right now?
They are not making moves. It's now you are reacting to them getting close to you. So this is your chance to move. But they get to move next after Charm
All right.
and Angelos.
Take a shot at one of them.
All right.
What even are these things?
Yeah. Do they look humanoid or?
They
animalistic?
are. There are 6 of them total, and you can count them pretty easily. There are 2 that are bright pink and have giant teeth and sort of long snake-like tongues that are constantly hanging out of their mouth. They seem to be bipedal and kind of hop when they move. They have little tails as well. The other ones have long, pointy ears. They're bright green, and they seem to be sort of chattering in an odd sort of language. It seems almost familiar, but you can't quite tell what it is.
Does anyone have
Green
any
skin.
language skills?
I don't think
Nope.
anybody speaks jungle
I don't
fuck.
care what they're saying, but I'm gonna murder them.
Don't speak it. Anyone speaks chuckle fuck. Oh, I forgot. All of the people who threw grenades earlier, you all get 25 XP because that was pretty awesome.
I agree.
Yay.
I still have mine in case it's useful right now.
It might be useful in a few minutes. They're pretty spread out right now. They're 6 meters apart each, give or take. So if they get closer to you, you might want to use one.
I'm gonna fire at this one.
Okay. Go ahead and aim and fire. I actually never set up the tokens right for these guys, so this is gonna be.
Can I talk Charn into suicide bombing them with my grenade?
He looks at you and says, "If I didn't need to save the few remaining good men in Camphor, if I didn't need to save the few remaining good men in Camphor, I would gladly sacrifice myself to protect the servants of the Emperor." You missed it. It flies wide, but you have. Did you aim? Yes, you took plus 20. So that's your turn. It's Charn's turn. Charn thanks Jayce. Jayce, you sort of toss him the las pistol, and he thanks you for it, but he tosses it back, and he goes to run and grab Angelos, and he makes an agility test. And where did I put his car sheet? Charn goes to make an agility test, and he does not do it. He gets to Angelos, but he doesn't get a chance to help him. So he's sort of right on top of Angelos, and he's just inside. So that's the end of his turn. And he doesn't have your last pistol, by the way. Let me open up the car sheet for these guys again. Now, these guys are quite small, by the way. I don't know if I pointed that out. They're all, less. They're all less than 2.5 or 3 feet tall. All right, so Angelos, it is your turn. Charn sort of catches up to you, and he's like, "Come on, we got to get you in." And he's like running with you, but he's not really helping you. He's just with you. So what? You and he are running. You and he are running together. So you're going to make an agility test if you want to try to get in, or you can turn around and fight as well.
Please, for the love of the Emperor, get the fuck in the car.
I was going to make an agility test.
All right, so make your agility test. You fail
God
miserably. You fail totally awfully, and you sort of stumble onto the edge. Crap, I drug you in the wrong way. You sort of stumble. Oh, man. I really screwed that up.
He grew larger in his failure.
Shoot.
I am the great Orzuru.
So you sort of stumble in. You're halfway in, but you're not the whole way in yet. So it'll take 1 round for you to get in. These guys are coming up fast. They're just running at you. They don't have any noticeable weapons. They're throwing some rocks and stuff, but nothing that would hurt. They're going to be there in 1 more round. So they all move very close to you. They are ganged up pretty tight, as you can see. And that is the end of all of their rounds. Cato, it is your turn.
So where am I
picture,
in position
Butch.
of being in
That picture.
You
the thing?
you are inside of the lumberjack. So you are basically centered on the lumberjack for purposes of combat. You are currently lying down. What is this link? I want to know what this link is. Continue. Nice. So you are right in the center, but you have to spend a half action to stand up before you can do anything else. I mean, I guess you can lie on the ground and shoot at stuff if you want.
I'm technically in the lumberjack, so I'm all set.
Well, so
But
they
we
can get
can't
into
close the
lumberjack right now.
door.
The door is wide open. They can run
Yeah.
right in. These things
And
are
my-
tiny. They got like claws on it. You can see them better now. They got big sharp teeth and claws and stuff.
Goblins and squigs.
Am I blocking the door though? That's what I know.
You're not. You're not.
Okay.
So to give you some perspective, the inside of the lumberjack is about, I want to say like 10 or 15 feet wide and probably about 30 feet long. It's a big thing. It's like a fairly good-sized room. You got room for some boxes and people to walk around, and it's designed for Space Marines, and Space Marines are 9 feet tall.
So the only
it's
people
it's a big thing.
outside the lumberjack are Angelos.
Yes,
Yep.
and he's sort of right on the edge. You can shoot past him because you're skilled like that, but he's not quite in the lumberjack. You can't close the door on him.
So I think I'm just gonna wait until he gets in, and so for my move, I think I'm gonna
We need
do.
to pull him
I don't want to try another agility test because I have a low agility. I think it's just gonna get worse.
And he'll fail anyway.
Well, so since he's right near the edge of the door, I'm happy to give you like a +10 to your agility
I'm
test.
not even gonna. Well, no, I'm not even gonna take it. I'm gonna.
What if I gave you a +15?
Okay, fine. I'll do another agility test. Try to pull him in.
All right, so you take that at +15. You actually have a relatively decent agility. That's not a bad agility. You took your
Wow.
+15.
Damn it.
You know what?
All right.
I'm gonna use
So-
a fate point.
So
I'm gonna use a fate point.
All right. We're getting pretty close to it. It's 11 o'clock, by the way, so this is probably gonna be the last thing we
So
do.
does that just mean I roll again with the same +15?
Yep. Same +15, same 9, same whole yard. Let me try that one again. Same whole deal. There you go. So you actually grab.
Fucking yeah.
You grab him, and you kind of pull both of them. They're kind of together, and you pull them both into the lumberjack proper. And again, I'm moving you all to the edges here just for my sanity.
Did we close the door?
So the door is still
Not
open.
yet.
One of you needs to press the button.
I'm gonna
It
fucking
turns
press the
out
button.
You're right at the driver's wheel, and you can kind of slip into the seat and hit the button to close the door. It takes a couple seconds to close, so there's some potential that they might get in. They
Hit
all
the
have to roll on it.
goddamn button.
I can
They'll have to roll.
drive, guys. So I'm gonna hit the button and try to drive off.
All right, so you hit the button, you start the car, and they all have to make agility tests to try to get in. I need to find my sheet that I have for this. I'm surprised you guys failed so many agility tests, to be honest with you. I was not fully prepared for this eventuality.
Do they
What
make
I
those
want is
tests
for-
when their turns come up or right now?
They're going to make those tests when their turns come up, actually. So the door is closing right now, so you can still shoot through it if you want. Jay has started the car. Butch, there's a handout of combat actions that has vehicle actions you can take. There's actually a larger supplement for it that I need to look into, but I didn't get a chance to do that. So we're just going to use those actions sort of off the cuff. So Gerwulf, it is your turn.
All right, I'll get close to the back as I can without risking being yanked out and swap to my chainsword.
All right. So that puts you at the end. You're not in melee range with any of them, so you just have your chainsword and you kind of rev it. And they obviously look a little bit worried because they've probably never heard a sound like that before. Charn looks over at Jay and says, "Hey, do you still have that las pistol?"
I do, and can I toss it back at him?
Yeah, that's a free action.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
So you toss the las pistol and he catches it sort of deftly, and he makes a shot, just a snapshot, with the las pistol.
I tell him, I swear to God, if he misses and hits any of us, I'm gonna fucking blow the explosive collar.
He does not. He does not. He hits one of the squigs squarely in the throat. It like goes down his throat, and he just blows it away. It's gone. He says thanks, and he holds up the thing ready to aim for the next round. So he took a shot and then he aimed.
Does it blow up and do any damage to the other ones?
No, it does not. So he hits that pink thing and it dies. And he's aiming for the next round. So he gets a plus 20 on his shot next round because he aimed as a second action. Actually, is that how it works? I think it's a full action you have to take. So he actually gets plus 10 on his next shot because he aimed. So Angelos, it's your turn. You are now in the
Lumberjack.
lumberjack.
Thank God. So I'm going to sheath my sword and draw out that lovely las pistol I just grabbed, and then I'm going.
Charge last pistol.
Yes, I'm going to take a shot at this. Or hold
Okay.
on. This guy right here, if it will ping. There we go.
Yep. Actually, the little comb it actually shows up immediately for me, whereas the ping takes a second. So you can just use the comb to point at people if you want. That's handy.
Fair enough. So
All right. So you're gonna shoot that guy. You are pretty damn close to him, I think. Yeah, you're like, I'll say you're point blank range. So you get a plus 30
plus an extra 10 because the pistol I'm using is accurate, right?
if you aim. Yes.
If I aim,
Yeah, you have to aim in order to get the plus 10.
okay. So
So you'll get plus
30.
20. Because if you're aiming, you get plus 10 for aiming and plus 10 for being accurate.
Okay,
So you shoot him solidly. You hit him pretty hard, but roll your damage.
Oh yes.
That's not your damage.
No, it's not. That's my damage.
You blow him clear out of the water. He just gets thrown back by the shot, like the impact of the shot, and then he dies. So that is your turn. The remaining guys get to make an agility test. That is 3 on these guys. One gets in.
Sucks for him.
2 gets in. 3. 2 get in. And there's one more here on... Oh, sorry, it's the wrong guy. This is the right one. So, all but one of these guys, so I'm just going to remove him. They all get in. So they're all right on the edge here. And they have to get past Gerwulf in order to do this. So, Gerwulf, you can make a...
Don't fuck it up, Gerwulf.
You
I
can
won't.
make an attack against each of them with your chainsword because you had it prepared and you were guarding the door. So
Cool.
go ahead and make an attack 3 times with your chainsword.
Fuck it
Okay.
up.
And I'm going to just drag these guys out. They're in the thing, but they're going to attack in this order, top to bottom.
See, no pluses. I'm so used to doing that.
Yeah, no pluses. Just straight up attacks. Yeah.
Wah, wah.
That's impressive.
6
You miss.
degrees of failure?
God damn.
I've
Dang.
disowned you.
You rolled a 95 on that. It's a good thing those things don't jam. You nail that, guys. So we're going to roll damage in a second. And then one more. And one fail. All right. So there's one guy here. Can you roll 1 damage with that? Oh, so it's 1d10 plus 2 and so on. So you kind of like, these guys are running in around you, and you swing your chainsword back and forth 3 times, and you kind of like graze like one of them, one of the green ones, and you just barely hit one of the pink ones, but not enough to do real damage. But the third one, you get a piece of him, and your chainsword actually hits him right in the torso, and it just like chews through him. And he sort of falls apart into 2 pieces, and you can see him like surprised that it happened, and he's dead. So that was your free turn. Cato, it's your turn. There are 2 inside of the lumberjack right now. There's 1 green one and 1 pink one. What would you like to do?
Semi-auto burst on the pink one.
All right. So go ahead and make your semi-auto burst. You get plus 10 for that. They are point blank, so you actually get plus 30 as well. So it's a total of plus 40. How did you
Damn.
fail with a plus 40? So this
Pretty
okay.
good.
So you rattle off 2 shots and you miss. They ricochet around in the lumberjack and start bouncing off of things. Can you please make another ballistics test? Just straight up, no plus anything. So you hit someone. Can you roll 1d5, please? With your ricochet.
Shouldn't it be a 1d7?
God damn it. No, it's 1d5. So 1, 2. So you hit Angelos with your ricochet. Can you please roll half your normal damage? Just do 1d10 plus 2 divided by 2. Right, so that's 3 plus 2, and that should actually, that's wrong. Something's wrong there. It didn't really work. You got a 5, divide by 2, so it's 2. You take 2 points of damage to your, I want to say it's your arm, Tim. It is your left arm, Angelos.
And don't I shrug some of that off with my toughness
Yep,
bonus?
your toughness bonus always applies, yeah.
So
Unless I tell you your toughness bonus doesn't apply, it applies.
then I just shrug it off because I have a bonus of 3.
All right, so it sort of like grazes your arm, and you look over at Cato's direction, be like, "Careful!" And it's like an energy blast, so it just sort of like dissipates, but it gets you a little bit. All right, so that was your turn. Jay, you have started this vehicle. On that combat actions list, there are some combat actions you can do with a vehicle, including things like accelerate and so on. All the people are on the car now, so you don't actually have to accelerate. It's not going to prevent you from getting attacked by anybody. You don't see anybody else outside, basically. What would you like to do?
I'm assuming are they inside the vehicle?
Yes, they are inside the vehicle. They kind of jumped in as the door was closing. The door is closed, by the way.
Oh, so the door is closed and both of them are inside.
Yes, I have them outside just because it's a little easier to track them that way.
Okay.
But they're all point blank. They're inside the vehicle.
Point blank, fucking.
Oh,
they're
fuck.
gonna. I've named my shotgun Sally, by the way, and Sally's gonna fucking get some retribution right now.
All right. So actually, while we're on that topic, let's go ahead and we'll add. I want to add a special feature. It's already reliable. So it's scatter. I don't want to make it too OP though. I'll tell you what. For now, just add an extra 1 damage to your hits. But I'll try to come up with something more interesting for next week. So you're going to add, instead of plus 1d10 plus whatever it was, it'll be 1d10 plus whatever it was plus 1. All right, so go ahead and you kind of grab your shotgun and go to make a shot.
Roll for hit.
Drunky.
That's not plus 40.
Yes. Well, are you aiming?
If I can, would that be plus 50 then?
Yeah, you still fail.
But I would assume, yeah, I'd miss.
You also might jam. So roll 1d10. It doesn't jam. But you pick it up and go to shoot it, but it doesn't really work, and you're kind of glad for it because had it actually gone off, you realize that the buckshot that's in it would probably scatter around the vehicle and cause a lot of damage, and not necessarily the target you wanted. So that is it for your turn. Gerwulf, you're up.
All right. So there's a Gretchen and a Squig left. Trying to murder
actually,
the Squig.
you're using their names, and I appreciate that, but I'm not sure that your character knows what their names are. Because if you're born on Krieg and you're just now serving, you might have never fought orcs, and you don't have any lore that would tell you that. Just so you know.
I might not. But if I kill the obviously dumber one, the other might get afraid. It's not going to work the other way around.
Fair enough.
All right.
All right, so you hit one of these guys. Roll your damage, and remember, you actually roll it twice and choose the better.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah, so you do 8 points of damage. Who are you attacking again?
The Squig.
All right, so you tear him to pieces. He's just gone. So there is now just one little green guy. He doesn't seem to be particularly scared. I'm actually going to make him a little smaller because he would be smaller. Also, he'll fit better now.
Nice.
So there's one green guy left, and he doesn't seem to be particularly scared. It's Charn's turn, and Charn doesn't have his saber anymore. You stripped him of all his weapons. They're in the lumberjack. But what he does have is his fists, and so he forgoes the aiming that he was doing, and he puts the las pistol to his side on like a shelf, and just screams at this guy, screaming as he goes. And he charges the little dude and makes a unarmed attack. And I really hope that this works. And he runs up to it, and he grabs it by the neck, and he goes, "Xenos filth," and he squeezes and pops its head off like a zit, and it dies.
This guy's my bro.
And you wanted to kill him.
And the body sort of falls to the ground limp, and the head flies off, and he looks at you and he goes, "Those, I've seen those before."
What are they?
I kind of want to take the explosive collar off. I kind of like this guy.
He goes, "Those were orcs. We have a problem." And he looks over at you, Cato, and he goes, "Cato, do you have any flaming weapons? Do you have anything we can use to burn the inside of the lumberjack?"
Nope.
I feel like that's a venting problem. We would all suffocate.
We could open the door.
You misunderstand. They reproduce by spores. When they die, they release a sticky green fungus, and it eventually becomes more orcs. We have to burn it out or clean it out somehow. We have a little time, but we definitely need to treat the
I
lumberjack.
feel like we should do that.
So there is a green thing on the lumberjack now to indicate that
we should definitely do that.
You should definitely do that. Like,
Let's do
Don't
that
we have a
right
fire?
now.
you do have a fire outside, and you don't hear anything weird roaming around outside. But there's, you have a fire, and you could probably brew a good heat in here. And
Dude, can I not go outside and get a stick and light the stick on fire and take it inside the lumberjack and do that?
You have to bring the heat inside high enough to burn a lot of things. It's probably not easy to
If
set
only I
fire
hadn't
to it.
drank all that alcohol.
If you had like a flamer or some kind of acid or something, you might be able to like burn it out and clean it out. Some kind of solvent would work. But you need to find a way to clean it. You need to find a way to clean it probably before the week is out. Otherwise, it's going to start to fester, and you'll end up with little orcs.
Can we get it back to camp before it's a problem?
Yes.
Is it like a green goo that's covering it? Similar to the green goo we found
spore
before?
dust.
Do you want to examine
Smart.
it, Angelos?
Yes, I want to examine
All
it.
right. So go ahead and roll an intelligence check. You pass, and you do notice that it looks very similar to the sample you took earlier. In fact, it basically looks identical.
Intriguing. I want to get the sample from Cato and ask our prisoner about the sample, asking, is this the same type of stuff that is covering the lumberjack?
All right,
I'll
so
give
Cato.
him the mysterious green goo.
All right, so do you bring it over to Charn, Tim?
Yes.
And what do you tell him?
This goo, is it the same thing that contains these spores to make these orcs?
And he reaches out to take it from you and examine it. And he kind of, do you give it to him?
Yes.
Yeah, so he takes it and he opens up the top. It's like a screw top cap. And he sort of looks at it and sniffs it a little bit. And he sticks his middle finger in it and sort of tastes it on his tongue, but doesn't swallow it or anything. And he goes, "This is orc." And he screws the top on and he tosses it back. He hands it back to you very carefully. And he goes, "Yeah, that's definitely orc slime."
All right, that's been identified.
He says, and you can change that in your character sheet, by the way. And he says, there was a Archaeotech expedition that was looking into some ruins that had a lot of this stuff. I know the adepts that are working there. They're good men. They know their field, and they would be interested to know that it spread this far. I never would have believed that there were actual orcs on Portelis.
I say we get in the lumberjack and head back to the camp to try and clear out this junk.
Wise
All right,
move.
and so he sort of points. There's like a map on the wall, like a pick screen, and he points out a position. He says, "This is roughly where they were, the Archaeotech expedition." And so you now know where they are. He just sort of points it out to you in passing. All right, so out of characters. There's not really much more to do here. That was all that was going to happen. So you guys can drive off. I'm a little disappointed that you guys didn't get to use some of the vehicle actions. I was hoping you could turn it around and trample them, because I thought that would be neat. But that's okay. So you guys want to drive back to Camphor still?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait,
All right.
the place he indicated on the map, what sort of facilities would it have?
There's so you can ask him about who would be there if you want.
Who would be there?
Well, the adept's name. I wrote this down. Hold on. I got to bring up my little map here. Hold on. The adept's name I know. It'll come to me in a minute. I want this one. One moment. Waiting for my graph to load.
Fucking 21st century, 41st century is bullshit.
Angelos, do you have the vial now of green goo?
Yes, I have that in my equipment.
I wrote this down. I did not write this down. I thought I did. He can't quite remember the name of the adept. Oh, I'm sorry. I have it right here. The adept's name is Claudius Gunter, and he works with a tech priest by the name of Eric Berga. And I can give you those names in text. I have to talk to my wife for 1 second, so discuss amongst yourselves.
So the reason I'm asking is because if they have facilities to modify the lumberjack, we could maybe make modifications before we go back to the main Imperial camp. But it's sounding like it doesn't have it.
Well,
We
what's
could
also
still-
the difference in terms of distance? Can we make it there in a day? Will it take longer? I'm more concerned
Even
with
so,
clearing
question.
out those orc slime.
Once we get back to camp, we could still make the modifications of lumberjack before we confront Stannis.
Are you sure he's gonna want to talk to us like as soon as we get back?
He's kind of a fucking shitbird, though, and we can do what we want, so we can modify the lumberjack and tell him to fucking fuck off until we figure out what we're doing.
I say we try and figure out the distance between this new location, because if they have the various areas and such we need to get to, then we can go through and potentially go there first and get this orc slime cleaned out quicker.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that at all.
So I just put the names in chat for you. The first one is the name of the adept. The second is the name of the tech priest. And before he had to search his memory for the exact location, which he marks on your map more specifically now, he says, I know the tech priest carries around a good amount of kit for digging in the ruins they found, and I think he could probably clean out the lumberjack pretty easily. Did I hear you wanted to see how far away it was?
Yeah, what's the
Yes.
distance?
Let me show you a neat thing. Actually, before I do that, so I will put you on this map, which should hopefully help you a little bit. And once I get it to zoom in again, so I'll mark where you are. I don't know. Hopefully you can see this.
I can.
So you guys are right about here. I think. Oh, did that not take? It never takes. I don't know.
I
Why.
didn't see anything.
All right. I'm going to do this. I'm going to use tokens instead, because I try to draw on these things. It doesn't always work. So here's where Charn's base was, if you can see where Charn is.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Okay. So that's where you guys were.
Is Camp 4 where Stannis
Camp
is?
4 is where that's the main camp. That's sort of like the only civilization on the planet.
Okay.
So the place where he's suggesting you go, I'm going to draw the lumberjack where you guys are. I'm going to have to make
That's
that a bit
where we're
smaller.
at right now.
Yeah, you kind of drove. I got to drag it in the right place. You guys are right about here. So you drove more or less straight towards Camp 4. The place where he's directing you, I don't have a thing for. I'm just going to go ahead and put a.
Could you maybe ping it?
I'm going to put an engine seer there. That's the adept. So it's right about there. It's probably equal
That'll
distance.
work. So yeah, equal
So you
distance.
can kind of go
from
this
where we're
way.
at.
This is to scale, by the way. So that's 55 kilometers versus about 60 kilometers. So it's about the same.
About the same.
I say
And,
we go there.
Charn
Do I
tells you
go there
that.
first?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's gonna
Charn
take us like
tells
a
you.
day to get there, and then a day to get back to Camp 4.
Yep,
Yeah,
it's
but if-
actually 80 kilometers between that place. It'll take a just over a day.
But we can still clean up the infestation.
Charn's pretty confident that he's he definitely has the material. I know that they have to take care of the machines there all the time, and
I trust him.
Eric's a good tech priest. I've known him for a while. He served with us as an engine seer back on Cadia. He served in my unit.
The
I
real
trust
reason
Connor.
I want to go there is to put the storm bolter on.
That too.
Yeah. Charn says, I think he'd have enough to do that. It might be a little bit more work, but I think it'll work.
Because if things go
trust
south
him.
at camp, a storm bolter would be pretty useful.
That's a good point.
Yes.
That's a very good point, and one that I hadn't quite planned for. All right, so is that where you guys want to go?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I don't have a map for it yet, so I think it's a good time to end anyway. So I'll draw a map for it.
That's fine.
Let's go ahead and do XP before we finish, and I'll leave you on this nice map that you can look at and get a sense for the layout.
Before we also all go, we should try and figure out a time for.
Yes, so that's the first thing. So there's actually
Saturdays
a few things.
are gonna work best, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what everybody filled out. Now we filled out 2 to 5 as well as 5 to 11, or 7 to 11. I
Now
think.
we should specify what time zone we're talking about, so we can
Yes.
all adjust accordingly.
So
Yes.
for our purposes, let's just agree that we're all talking about Eastern Standard Time,
Okay.
because otherwise I'm going to get confused, and I'm the only person with whom this game cannot proceed.
Right.
So Eastern Standard Time. We all checked off on that list. We checked off 2 to 5. That's going to be like 11 a.m. for core. That's pretty early.
That's
Do we
fine.
want to do something? Do we want to do something later?
I'm
7
good
to
with
10
that.
is fine as well.
7 to 10. So we've been going. I mean, it's almost it's 11:30 right now. So we've been going actually more like 4.5 hours. Do we want to extend that to 7 to 11?
I'd be fine with that.
Same.
Does that sound good
Sure.
to you? Okay, cool. So Saturday 7 to 11 is going to be the
That's
new time.
Central, or excuse me, Eastern time,
It's
right?
Eastern daylight time at the moment. So it'll
So
always
7,
be whatever
11
Eastern time
Eastern.
is. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
And I will mark a time and update the calendar invite. Are you all on the calendar invite?
I am.
Yes.
Yes.
I am.
Are we going to do that?
Core,
this
you're
Saturday?
not?
Core, are you not? I should have asked the inverse of that question. Is anybody not on the calendar invite?
Me? Where did you
Okay.
send it?
Apparently. Google
I will
Calendar?
make sure that you are on the calendar invite, Core. It is a
Okay.
Google Calendar invite. It should be something like Dark Heresy, and it'll have the date on it.
Okay.
I will
Gives a
update
nice
that
half-hour
momentarily.
fucking warning. Hey, we're gonna fucking play. Get your
Yeah.
ass on.
All right, so let me pull up my little note about XP. I'm going to
So,
make a quick note
automatic
about
100
that
to
as well.
everyone,
I have a
correct?
notepad here. Cool.
That was a good question, though. We're gonna pick up this Saturday. You want to fucking wait a week and then go?
It's up to you guys.
I'm good with either.
I'm cool with it.
I'm cool with doing it this Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be down.
Fine by me. So
You going to have enough time to make maps?
I can make the map pretty quick. It might not be as
Okay.
pretty as some of the other maps, but
So I'm saying, man, if you need fucking Photoshop help, I'm here.
well, so the maps are actually less about Photoshop and more about drawing the dynamic lighting lines.
Oh, yeah, okay.
What it might be is there might not be a map for that part. I don't think there's going to be any combat. There's no danger there. So we might just do it a little more abstract. And so I'm going to experiment a little bit with some more abstract things. Like if we end up doing, if we find some ruins, for instance, and want to crawl through them, that might not have maps. We might just do it more abstractly. Because some of the stuff, just drawing maps will become tedious. They're nice for some things, but not for others. All right, so let's do XP. So you all got a bunch of like random XP because you did some pretty awesome shit, like shoot a guy's balls off.
And throwing four fucking grenades.
3 grenades. I really wanted the third one to land at his feet. I was totally prepared to kill Charn.
That cluster was pretty awesome by itself, though.
I cannot believe. I thought I had done something wrong. I thought like I had been rolling like the wrong kind of die, and it was just going off. And technically, it's only supposed to be 2 iterations with Righteous Fury. But I don't like that rule because it doesn't allow you to do things like that. So anyway, I think for enemies it'll probably never be more than 2. But for you guys, I'll pretty much let it go. Anyway, so let's do the XP roll. So the first thing, everybody mark down 100 XP for doing the session. Make sure you also mark down the 25 XPs that you got on the cool things that you did. So we didn't talk about bonds. There's also another thing that we didn't talk about, but we'll have to do that on Saturday because I forgot, and not everybody was here. It's in my to-do list. So we didn't totally set up bonds, but if anybody who has set up bonds feels like they resolved any, go ahead and mention that now.
Do both people on the bond get the XP?
Yes. So the way a bond works, a bond describes a state of being between 2 characters. These are sort of they're like initial bonds that everybody gets.
So apparently I was unreliable to somebody. That means I'm getting an XP bonus from someone.
Well, so the way the bond works, if it describes the current relationship, when that bond no longer describes the relationship, that's when it's resolved. So for instance, if you had a bond, Kwellin is a liability, not an asset. Then right now, if they still felt like you were a liability and not an asset, then that bond would not resolve because they still think you're a liability because you're a drunk and so on.
But I killed like 5 people tonight.
Well, so if they feel like you're an asset, because even though you're a stupid drunk, you happen to kill 5 people and you shot a guy's balls off, then they can say, I think this is resolved. You can choose to agree or disagree. And then if both parties agree, then it's resolved. You both get 50 XP. I trust that you will not metagame this too much. The basic way this works, most bonds are organic. They come through play, like that one does. So that one is Angelos and Cato both have that because they were there for the infamous, I kicked him in the ribs. There was a 10-foot by 6-foot, 500-pound cat with razor-sharp claws standing on the top of the car.
Whose head is now mounted to our lumberjack.
And for some fucking reason, he still didn't fucking wake up. That's why they have that bond. So the people who have the bond get to choose when it resolves. The person who the bond is with get to choose if it resolves, when they decide it resolves. Does that make sense?
Yep.
A bit.
So, there are a bunch of other bonds that I gave you that are less organic. They're just sort of seeding things to help you get started.
None of mine resolved tonight.
Okay. Does anybody else feel that their bonds might have resolved?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. So no bonds resolved. So as a group, answer the following. If answered yes, 50 XP for everyone. Did we meet a new contact or confidant or alter ego?
Yes.
Who did we meet?
The guy that has
Charn Darfell.
character.
I will give that to you. He seems like a pretty stand-up guy. I'll say he's a new contact. Did we discover an important clue to our investigation?
Yes, the data
Yes.
pad.
The data pad?
The
I'd also say you figured out
corrupted data pad.
The corrupted data pad. You found it,
Yep.
and you actually did destroy it, by the way, which was good. You sort of tossed it on the ground.
And the orcs thing.
And you found out what the green slime is. I think that's a good thing. Did we eliminate a threat to the Imperium?
So was the last question a yes?
Yeah.
So
I don't
so
think
far
we
it's
eliminated
yes,
a threat to the
and
Imperium.
No,
Because we
that
killed
one,
a bunch of guardsmen. We're not even sure if they were fucking right or
It
not.
might have made things worse.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
true. You might have introduced or strengthened a threat to the Imperium. There's no
Yeah.
penalty for that, but yeah, that's
I don't
pretty
think
bad.
we get XP bonus for that.
All right, so
Yeah.
mark down 50 XP times 2 for those 2 questions, so 100 XP total. So does anybody have their fortune realized? And again,
Nope.
you can call that out in the middle of combat if it happens to happen in combat.
Nope.
Mine did not.
Okay. I don't actually
No
remember all your
avalanche for
fortunes.
me.
Yeah, that's right. Yours is
Unless
like
I
an
missed it.
avalanche. An avalanche will ruin your evening. No, you didn't. There were no avalanches. I was going to say you did have an avalanche of critical hits,
Did?
but that doesn't really count. No, the Cato did. It didn't ruin your evening, though. It almost did, but it didn't.
Well, yeah, or avalanche of grenades from him. Didn't.
And those things are pretty open to interpretation.
Yeah.
Jay, you definitely didn't. I was poking through them real quick. What was yours, Cato? Yours was
The
a
child.
child will deliver a message to you. That's right.
Definitely not.
And then,
Mine's also a definite not.
okay. You'll be separated from a companion, reunited by malfunction device. That was close, actually. If you had been on the other side of the exploding door, you were separated from Cato and reunited by. I guess that would be a properly functioning trap. So, in any case, so no fortunes, nobody, and you can call those out whenever you feel they're resolved. By the way, and so if you do something awesome, you get 25 XP. So that's it for XP. So on Saturday, we will all get together and we will go meet these characters, and maybe install a Stormbolter.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
And we will detail exactly how that works on Saturday. There will also be some other RP level questions that I have for you guys on Saturday that we didn't get to today.
Fantastic.
All right, so good session, everybody.
Good
If
session.
nothing else,
Peace.
man, thanks for hosting this shit, because it's been hilarious so far.
I mean, most of it has been you getting drunk and doing stupid shit. So
Whatever gets a laugh, it's good.
Oh man, I cannot believe you shot a guy's balls off. This is grimdark as hell.
I can't wait to see the video.
Emperor rewards us all in his own way.
Oh man. All right, cool. One more thing. Core, did we ever roll a divination for your character?
I don't think we did, because he was gone that.
Yeah,
like,
you were
for that
not
section.
there. So I believe it's on like page 23. It's pretty early in the character.
You had to
creation.
roll a D100 and then pick on the document what your divination was.
What is the divination? Where's the stupid chart? Sanctioning side effects. Divination. We just do this. Divination. It gives you like a little minor bonus. Divination. Hours. There we go. It's on page 34. Yeah. So you roll a 1d100, and then choose the appropriate thing. So go ahead and roll that real quick.
Okay.
We'll get out of the way. I also think I need a backstory from you. I don't see it in your character sheet.
Nope, I have not written anything down yet, so I can do that tomorrow.
Way to fucking fail, man.
Yep.
51. To war is human. Increase agility by +3. So you can go ahead and mark that on your sheet and mark it under talents and traits that divination was to war is human.
Excellent.
Cool. There's some other stuff that I'll have to deal with on Saturday, but I'll see you guys all then. All right.
All right.
All right, man.
All right.
Later,
Peace.
everybody.
See ya.
Later.
See ya.